would like to announce that a quorum is present. The meeting is duly called, and notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The time is now 6 o'clock. The following board members are in attendance: Kronda Timish, Catherine Sells, Christy Hassett, Tracy Miller, Jenny Prosnick, Tricia Sheffield, and Angie Cox. Mr. Miller is going to lead us in prayer today.
Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come together to convene as a board in the legal meeting to discuss a number of things that are important to our students, our staff, and to our community. Strong schools, good schools, provide strong communities and great values and a great place to live. Father, we're coming off of a week of losing a teacher at Hebron High School. There was just 57 with 3 kids and a wife who teaches for us. And it makes us remember that as trustees, we are really not above the fact that we have people that work for us and students that go to school here, and they all have a name. And so for Mr. Pallone's family and Becky, we are sad, and we just pray that you'll provide grace for them. In the same token, the world is in an uproar. Our country's in an uproar around things that are happening in schools and around schools, and it creates a lot of complex discussions. Those discussions we won't have tonight, but there will be times up here soon that we will have those discussions, so we pray that you'll prepare us, that we'll think with imagination on what could happen, so we, unfortunate things that could happen, so we can try and contain them and make the best decisions. And tonight, fathers, we talk about things like pre-K and then these devices. The device decision is one of the biggest that we'll make post the bond. It carries with it some emotion, a lot of facts, a lot of good things, discussions around how do we close the achievement gap. And most of all, Father, how do we provide an education for kids? And remember that if kids are hungry, tired, scared, sick, or don't come to school, or if they're at school but they're really not there, we can't educate them. So it takes a whole community to work around us. And Father, this is a time that we need to honor our teachers, our educators, who are asked to do so much more than just educate kids, which is what they did. When they got out of school, they all wrote the same stories about what their classroom was going to look like and how it was going to be so great, and they'd have so much control of it. And about 2 weeks in, they realized that wasn't the case, that there's messiness, and in that messiness, they form the thinking and education foundation for those kids. And we're honored as a board in an inverted servant model to serve our community, our parents, our students, and our teachers. We pray, Father, that you'll bless this evening, that we'll be respectful with each other, that we'll be thorough and deep in the way we think about these things, and we'll consider them as to what's best for our students and our staff. In Jesus' name, amen.
Okay, would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, so Dr. Rapp, do you want to introduce our I statement for the meeting?
Sure, we'd be happy to. As we know, our vision statement is all of our students enjoy thriving, productive lives and the future they create. And we want that to be more than just words on a piece of paper. We want that to be something that can be lived out each and every single day, that we can celebrate and identify how that vision is living itself out in the classroom. Today, our I statement that we're focused on underneath our 4 cornerstones is I nurture each learner as an individual and as a citizen of the community. And just that idea of nurture and making that connection with students is something to be celebrated. I think what you're going to see in this video that we shared at Learning Leaders with all of our staff is just how do we take time to celebrate those connections as they happen, because it's easy in the hectic busyness of the day to forget the big difference that we're making on a daily basis. So I'm excited to share this video with you and appreciate your reflection as you watch it.
The Marble activity began a few years ago, actually, in Learning Leaders. We actually received some data from the district, and it basically spoke to 80% of our discipline is tied up with 20% of our kids. And we were able to come up with our theme of this is for all the marbles. The marbles were going to represent a child in the teacher's classroom that would possibly be a struggling student, or someone that if they felt like they could reach that child and have a positive impact, it would change the culture of our school.
I remember taking the marble, taking it to my classroom and thinking, okay, well, let's see how it goes. I had not met the students yet. I chose one particular student as my marble from that very first class. She hated my class. She did not want to be in Spanish. She would come in every single day, throw her books on the desk, and say, "Oh, I hate this stupid class." Daily, every day, I would hear this. I would stand at the door. I would still greet her, "Buenos dias, buenos dias. You look lovely. What a great day. I'm glad you're here." But I kept smiling. I kept working with her. I jotted little positive notes in her notebook. I kept thinking about that marble and thinking, of course, it's going to be difficult.
So my marble kid, full of energy, it was just channeled in the wrong direction. I mean, this kid would come in like the Tasmanian devil, climbing on cubes, doing cartwheels, somersaults, in my prop bins, like props going all over the place, trying to act like the class clown, you know how they are. Anyway, I said, you know what? I'm going to make you my leader. I'm going to put you in front of the class, and you're going to lead the class in their warm-up, the vocal and physical warm-up that we do every day. And he took this on, and it was just a simple task, but it turned out to be really great because he took it seriously, and he got his energy out doing the physical warm-up, and all of the class was focused on him, which was exactly what he wanted. So he changed for me, and he was great.
Because that's what the Marble Project is about. It's about you keep loving them no matter what. And that child came up and gave me a hug. And I thought, I can't wait to tell Mr. Holt, but I said, I better wait and make sure that it's not a fluke. The next day, my marble got up and gave me a hug again. Right before Thanksgiving, my marble gave me a little "I love you" note.
The marbles are starting to come in. They bring them in, they put them in my jar, and then they celebrate that by emailing out to the entire faculty the story of their marble and how it has changed.
And I always think my words might be the only nice things they hear today. So I want to make sure that that little interaction I have with them is positive.
And so we're slowly changing our culture one student at a time.
Because that's what it's about. It's making a positive change in one kid's life.
So to me, the marble is just love. Just love them. That's all they need.
Deserves a clap. I'm sorry.
Appreciate so much communications and what an important story to capture, and I just love that it is just love them. I've seen it several times, and it's still gets me every single time. Okay, so with that, I think I need to move on to exciting pre-K, right? So yes, there's no better topic than about loving kids and pre-K. I'm excited to introduce to you not only Ms. Gall, who you see all the time in different ways, but Heidi Beal, who joined us in July. She hasn't quite completed a full year yet with us, but she came to us after Ms. Holly retired. You all have seen Pastor Holly several times before. She did a great job for us, but Heidi has been a great addition to the team, and we're very excited to have her here with us this evening as well.
All right. Well, thank you for that welcome. We have several little marbles in our pre-K that we get to work with all of the time, and having Heidi here has been a blessing, so she's going to share with you tonight our annual pre-K update.
Wonderful. Thank you all for the warm welcome. I really appreciate it, and I can't think of a better intro with the video because it truly is the foundation of what we do every day with our pre-K students is love them and nurture them and then help them grow as young learners. So we're going to dive right in. Okay, you can see first we're going to look at where we're serving our pre-K students. We can kind of look at them in three different buckets. We have our state eligible children who qualify by one of these different qualifiers. And this past summer, the state of Texas gave us one new qualification. It's the Star of Texas award recipients. And then we move over to the middle section where you see layered on top of that children with IEPs. They can qualify for early childhood services as a PPCD student. We have them programmed, if they do qualify for PPCD, into a blended pre-K classroom where they're learning with their age-appropriate peers in a blended setting for pre-K. And then on top of that, when you get to the third side, we layer on top our tuition students. This year we have about 140 tuition students that are in our pre-K programs right now who pay tuition only to attend and do not qualify. So they're part of our programming and our pre-K education program. We're going to look at demographics and just kind of see by the numbers. Okay, here we go. So we're looking at enrollment numbers, and the dates down below at 2018, that's standing for this school year, and it's based off of the PEAMS snapshot data in the fall. And you can see our enrollment numbers right now. Our pre-K eligible students at PEAMS snapshot time was 1,469, and then our total enrolled, that's including our kids who are also paying tuition to participate in our pre-K programs, is at 1,612. And the next you can see kind of a breakdown demographically of the students that we do serve. The breakdown by ages 3s and 4s. We do serve 3 and 4-year-old children. They have to be of that age by September 1 in order to enroll and also to qualify. That also applies to our children who are paying tuition. They have to be 3 years old as of September 1 in order to come into the program. And it's a limited number of spots. You can see the breakdown of our students that we serve who are economically disadvantaged as well as LEP. Then foster care, military, connected, and homeless. You can really see the numbers tell the story that the majority of our students that we do serve in pre-K are students who are most at risk and most needy children in our school district who are language learning and or economically disadvantaged. So it's a real privilege that we get to serve them every day. We know that we're giving them a firm foundation and a step up. Next, you can see the breakdown by ethnicity. And you see that the majority of our students in that yellow pie are Hispanic. Then we have Asian is our next largest group that we serve, then our African American students, and then 10% white. And just kind of able to see the ethnicity breakdown and how that is across the board. So you might wonder, where do we have pre-K in Lewisville ISD? It's across the district from the east to the west. And you can see by feeder patterns just kind of how they break down. And a variety of configurations exist on every campus. You can probably look and see there's almost no two campuses that serve pre-K students in exactly the same way, based on some campuses might only have a blended pre-K class where they have PBCD students and qualifying students together, or they could have some combinations of half-day classes, ESL, full-day class offerings, for kiddos, families who want to pay tuition to access a full day for their children. So next, you might have noticed there are a couple new campuses that are coming online for next school year that are adding pre-K, and they were also on the page before. We're announcing Discovery Academy. Information just went out to our community today, as applications are open. And Discovery Academy is a unique academy pre-K program that is going to allow community members to access pre-K in a way that they haven't been able to before. We're really excited to allow this opportunity for them. There will also be spots available, a limited number for children who qualify and also children of employees. And we're offering this at Liberty, Valley Ridge, and an additional pre-K class adding on at Hebron Valley. We've already gotten a lot of really positive feedback about it. We're very excited. So spring events that are coming up, registration is an exciting time because we can start to project and look at enrollment numbers, what they're looking like in spring and how it's going to go for next year. You see kindergarten spring registration coming that first week of April, and then mid-April is our pre-K enrollment event. Next, let's talk a little bit about our learning areas, our learning domains for our pre-K students. These are all of the domains set out by the state of Texas, all the pre-academic as well as social emotional development that are part of our students' learning every day. With the guidelines that the state of Texas gives us, we also assess their learning along the way. Pre-K assessment is not like a STAR test, thank goodness. We are able to assess our students in very developmentally appropriate ways, but also in some standard ways. So we do a profile card, which is a one-on-one teacher assessment with a child. And then we also use CLI Engage, which is an assessment tool that we use to gather data that is a little bit more holistic for all of our students and is also reported to the state as it is required to be reported. And so we're going to just show you a couple of great examples of the high quality learning and teaching going on in our pre-K classroom. I think a picture isn't just 1,000 words, it's 1,000,000 words. And there's nothing I love better than seeing our students learning and our teachers together with them in the classroom. So for emergent literacy, you can see our children have standards in the area of alphabetic knowledge, phonemic awareness, print concepts, and pre-reading, and standards that align with the expectations that they are able to tell stories, know the beginning, middle, end, and also naming at least 20 uppercase and 20 lowercase letters in their language of instruction, and producing letter sounds. And you can see the picture down below of the teacher with the B in her hand. She's actually administering part of the profile card assessment. So you can see how that looks on a one-on-one basis. And then looking at our student data based on those guidelines and their academic instruction. This is their beginning of year, middle of year data for letter knowledge. As they're making that progress, the red line is the goal. So you can see at middle of year, many of our 3- and 4-year-olds are already approaching the end of year goal, if not in some areas surpassing it. And then also there's emergent literacy writing. Standards for writing for pre-K, there are standards. It's very exciting to see that they are using their knowledge of letters and sounds to start writing words, moving beyond scribbles, recording their beginning and ending sounds. And you can actually see in this picture of the caterpillar, this child has written the word and sounded out phonetically, caterpillar. This is a Hebron Valley student. And then next, this is actually the writing continuum that is even continued into kindergarten. And our expectation, and it aligns to the pre-K guidelines, is for our kids to be at a level 11, which is very developed for early learners. But it does align with the guidelines, and we have high expectations, and we teach our students that way. And you can see the child in the picture that I shared with you has already actually mastered that level of development. So to see what the data looks like, this is our measurement of that continuum growth, our 3-year-olds and our 4-year-olds. And there they are at their middle of year, and that end of year 4-year-old goal is at an 11. Okay, next, looking at math expectations that we measure. One of them is the guideline you see below about counting 1 to 10 items with 1-to-1 count per item, and also recognizing 1-digit numerals. And then you can see that math, those guidelines measured for 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. And again, you're already at the middle of the year starting to approach and reach the end of your goals. And we do have technology application guidelines, yes, in pre-K. Our students are expected by the state of Texas to operate and name a variety of digital tools, as well as use those tools to create evidence of new learning. And that's been a real passion of mine to bring to the pre-K program, is to bring opportunities for our kids and also training to our teachers so that they feel empowered to help teach their students how to create evidence of new learning using a variety of digital tools. So looking at self-regulation, we do have guidelines in that area as well, and very important when a child regulates his own behavior with occasional reminders. I think if all of our pre-K students can leave with a strong sense of self-regulation, we know that their brains are going to be wide open for learning in the future. Conscious discipline is a social emotional growth tool that we do use, and gives us lots of strategies for empowering and equipping our students. And you can see we even collect data on our students' social emotional growth using CLI. According to the checklist, the majority, and that is an assessment only for 4-year-olds, the CLI assessment, the majority of our 4-year-old students have already reached an end-of-year goal in that social emotional development checklist. So, it's been my pleasure to share with you about pre-K. I think I'm open for questions, if anyone has any questions to share.
I think we'll do the process that we've normally done. So, Mr. Miller, do you want to start this
Sure.
time?
A couple questions. At the end, you mentioned social emotional assessment.
Yes.
You probably know they get a lot of criticism from the far right as an effective source of measurement. So how are we using them with other forms of assessment?
So real quickly, I'll just add, because we've had a lot of conversations about that aspect, even with curriculum and programs. And so there's a difference between social emotional development and what right now is out there with social emotional learning. And social emotional development is that specific domain in the Texas pre-K guidelines that says you will be working with students at a developmentally appropriate level. So I appreciate that question, and it's an important time to distinguish between the difference between those two topics.
So one of the examples provided was that the child regulates his or her own behavior with occasional reminders for assistance. So as you can see on this slide, that's going straight back to what the state guidelines are. And so we stick with those guidelines and we measure them in that same manner.
Great, thank you. My second question is around the economics of this. So could you or Mr. Ball explain how the funding works using the normal funding models that we're aware of as a reference point?
Well, we receive ADA funding for every child who qualifies and attends in our pre-K programs. So, Mr. Ball, if you want to add to that, or
I think that hits the nail on the head. The as you saw in the graph, I believe there was a blue line and a red line, and the higher of the two lines represented total enrollment, and the difference between those two lines was the paid enrollment. So those students that don't qualify for all the various criteria, we offer it to them on a paid basis, and we do not receive ADA funding for those, but we do receive ADA funding for those that qualify.
So a student doesn't qualify, they're still eligible to attend. What do we charge the parents?
So
I do
it's-
not have that number.
yeah, it's a scale for tuition. So some students, let's say if they qualify for pre-K and a full-day class is available on that campus, the rate is around $285 that the parents can pay per month to attend and participate in the full-day class. So half of their day is paid via the state through ADA funding, and the other half of that 6-hour day is paid by the parents' tuition funds.
What is the ADA we receive for a student that qualifies?
Well, it's half-day funding, and I'm shooting from the hip here a little bit on that, but the full-day funding for a typical student would be somewhere in the neighborhood of $6,000, $6,000 to $6,500 for the year.
So it'd be half of that.
Yeah, so it's
And that's
it's
for a
50%
half-day-
of that.
That's for a half-day program?
For a
No,
qualified
that's for a
student.
full.
That's
That's
full
for a
day.
full ADA, so it'd be about $3,000.
Okay. And then just remind me, that's for students who qualify. Now, for a student who didn't qualify, they'd pay an additional $285, or
Roughly.
so we would still get ADA money.
I don't believe we get ADA money for the paid students, no.
So
Not beyond.
if we have 10 students that qualify, we get $6,600 apiece, and we have 4 students that don't qualify. On a per unit basis, what do the 4 students pay to be in the class?
Well, I think it's the fee schedule. Yeah.
Correct.
So it's let's say 285 times how many months?
So that's about $2,850, and we get about $3,000 in ADA funding
Right.
for.
So if they're a 3-hour student,
Definitely follow up with the details around the funding too. We didn't work in a specific slot around funding, but we could definitely work up what those different rates are and how many kids are paying. those
Okay.
different
linked on the pre-K website as well,
I
the
think,
tuition schedule.
I think another point to make, given our situation in terms of enrollment, it's capturing those families. If we can provide that service to those families who are, even though they're paying tuition, and the total of those tuition payments might be a little bit less than what the ADA half-day funding would be, if we can provide that service and capture that family, I think it pays dividends down the road, as opposed to someone else capturing them at that stage of their development.
Okay. So that 6,600, that's for a full day. So it's 3,300 per student for a half day. We allow some students to be at a full day, right?
Correct.
And then our class sizes run at about what?
22 with a teacher and a paraprofessional, so the ratio is always going to be maintained at 11 to 1, not to exceed that.
Okay, full-time para in the room.
Yes, sir.
And then the difference between this new program going in for Liberty and Valley Ridge, et cetera, can you tell us a little bit about, I'm going to ask one more question, what's the difference with those programs? You know, some may want to move their kids because of what's going on there.
Yes, it's very exciting. So it is a full-day class. It's actually going to be providing extended hours and extended days. The tuition price is $765 a month, and it is truly intended to be designed for community members who have not traditionally qualified for pre-K, but who have always said, man, I sure do wish my kid could go to pre-K in LISD. What I would pay for that. So we're offering this kind of niche option. The hours are from 6:30 in the morning to 6:50 to 5:30. It matches our employee classes that we offer at Hebron Valley, Lilly, Jackson, and McCullough. The same schedule, the same hours. And there will also be some limited space available for children who do qualify and families who want to pay the tuition price to access the extended schedule and the extended days, and also a few limited spaces for children of employees, with giving some priority to the employees who work on those specific campuses.
And students at those locations, the difference with the academies will be they'll participate in music, art, and PE as a special, as well as receive STEM learning as a special. So that differentiates that academy program from the traditional pre-K program.
Two more questions, actually. One is on the first page, second slide, LISD offers state eligible. It says dependents of state or Star of Texas award recipients. So if someone parent is a member of is awarded one of those things, they automatically qualify.
Yes.
Funding model is the same.
Yes.
Okay. Even if they go full day.
Yes, so if they were choosing a full-day class, they would be qualifying for 3 hours of that day, and we would receive that ADA funding, but the families would be paying tuition for that other half of the day, about $280 per month.
Where are we at from a capacity perspective right now at the different schools?
It just kind of depends on school-by-school basis. Lilly Jackson, for instance, their ESL classes are full. They've got room in their bilingual classes. So it just kind of depends. Many of our campuses, they're sitting at about 20 or 22. You know, there might be room, give or take. Unfortunately, pre-K students and families with pre-K children are very, very mobile. And so there's a lot of shifting. They might move from one school to another.
So what this is my last question, actually. What's the certification of teachers for pre-K?
Well, they have to have an EE certification. It's part of their Texas teaching certification. It's just an additional, it means they can teach the early childhood grades. A kindergarten teacher also needs it.
All right, thank you.
Sheffield? So right now, we don't have any paid participants that are not employees. Is that correct?
We do.
Okay.
At limited spots kind of across the district everywhere. So when we see a classroom and it's not 100% full, and we know that there are people in that area who are asking, we will open up some limited spots for tuition-paying students.
But it's primarily for, so
Yes.
far it's been primarily for
Yes,
teachers.
absolutely.
So you mentioned for the Discover
the whole
compressed?
schedule, correct. Now, if a parent is welcome to pick up their child at 3 o'clock when school dismisses or 3:30, but the tuition is for the full day, the full extended schedule. And it's not year-round,
Right,
and they're not paying for holidays.
right. Yeah, I understand that. I'm just thinking of families that would be interested in preschool,
Right.
but they're stay-at-home parents and wouldn't need that. It's a long day for a child. So that's definitely an option that they have. We consider the school day to be the same as the elementary school day, so we instruct in that manner, and then we have additional activities we'll provide afterwards. But if a parent wants to do that, they certainly can, and come pick them up at the end of the school day. So if a parent did that, do you know how that compares to, I would say that if we look at the preschools in the area, how do our fees compare to that?
We're
Probably still below those.
We're very competitively priced.
Very competitive.
Because
It's been a long time since I've had a kid in preschool.
a preschool in the area will also charge like a hefty supply fee. Their monthly rates are much higher than this as well, and we're charging a one-time registration fee of $50.
Okay, I think Mr. Miller covered a bunch of mine, so let me cross those all off. The others are, what kind of testing, can you explain to me how a child qualifies? What kind of testing is done prior to make sure that that child's a good fit? And are we turning in a way that maybe would have qualified that we don't have spots for?
No.
I mean, what does that look like?
No, we're obligated, if a child is in our district and they are coming to our schools, if
have
they
to make
qualify
a
for
space.
pre-K, we are obligated
Just
to
not
provide
the tuition.
a spot for
child.
them,
Okay.
correct. And though their zoned school, where they would naturally zone to, let's say DeGan, let's say a child goes in and they qualify, but let's say DeGan is full, we would just route them to the next closest campus that does have a pre-K spot available. So these campus classes are full, Timber Creek is your next closest, your spot is right over there waiting for you.
And how does that work transportation-wise?
We do not provide busing.
Okay.
and there's no testing prior to.
And no testing prior to?
Testing is only for language assessing. So if a child comes in on their home language survey and the parent says, at home we speak Spanish, that immediately triggers the language testing to determine if the child is LEP. So the language testing will decide if the child is ESL or qualifies for a bilingual class. And if they are LEP, then they qualify for pre-K immediately, even if the parent chooses to decline services.
Are we doing any parent education for those parents of the pre-K? I mean, I want to make sure that they fully understand that this isn't just childcare.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? That we actually, and so I think that there may be some lost in that translation. I just want to make sure that we're preparing those parents also as much as we're preparing the kids.
Sure, and I think that's always an area of growth for any of our children, because we treat them just like the elementary kiddos. So you have parent conferences, you have open house, you have opportunities to come and learn as a parent. Lily offers opportunities like that as well, and the campuses that they are at that are within the general education setting are exposed to all the same types of opportunities.
And I think the last thing is, how are we marketing? You talked about this being open, but for those families that don't have older children already in LISD, I think it's really important that we make sure that they have the knowledge and to make that opportunity and to make that decision to maybe enroll their child in this program versus something else, if there's that opportunity.
We take every opportunity to advertise. As a matter of fact, Communications has just helped us with our Discovery Academy, and then later this week, our email blast will go out about pre-K registration as well as kindergarten registration, and then we post signs throughout all of the campuses. So we're trying to market as much as possible, flyers around the area too.
And I've already trained registrars on the spring enrollment procedures and given them materials, color brochures, posters to hang in their door, lots of materials and resources and suggestions and ideas, and gave them time to network also and talk about how I do this at our campus. This is something special we do. So they could kind of share ideas about how to advertise within their own school community to their community. Thank you.
qualify and LISD staff students. Based on, for Hebron Valley, Liberty, and Valley Ridge, with the students that, do we have an idea, a projection of with students that are qualify and LISD students, how much room do we actually have to open this up to parents that would be willing to pay? What kind of numbers are we looking at?
That's the majority of the spots for the Discovery Academy will be for families who want to pay full tuition to access the program. That's really who this program is designed for. It'll be around 16 spots, and we're going to have a limited number for children who family of kids who qualify, who want to pay tuition to attend, and then a limited number of spots for employee children.
So you're saying potentially 12 or so would be open to the public?
The classes will hold 22, so 16 of those would likely be community.
Okay, and so students, regardless of where they live in the district, can attend at Discovery, but it's only for pre-K. It will not affect their enrollment in kindergarten. Will go to their home campus.
It just depends. I could see a family coming over to Liberty for Discovery, and maybe they live in the Briar Hill zone or such. They love Discovery Academy there. They've gotten to know the teachers, the campus, the culture, and maybe when it's time for kindergarten, they choose to ask for a transfer to Liberty. I could see that potentially happening very easily.
Okay.
It's just not guaranteed.
It's just
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's just part of a cut because I can see parents falling in love with it. So these campuses have capacity to potentially allow for that.
They do.
And that's why these three campuses were the first three that we chose to do that, is because they had the capacity to expand some enrollment.
All right. Well, perfect. Thank you. And then just to clarify on Trish's, I get the pickup at 3, but can parents drop off at like 8 o'clock? Like they're not having to drop off at 6:50 or 6:50 when you expect them to be?
They don't have to come at that time. However, we do have an instructional day that starts at a certain time. So
What do you know, like, just to give us an idea of what?
The same that would be a tardy for an elementary
Okay.
student.
All right.
It's not a drop-in
It's not a tardy,
program.
but it's not drop in, pick up, and come and go. We do want them to be there for the full range of the curriculum.
All right.
I'm really excited about the numbers that y'all are having. I'm assuming that you're testing the children in English, even though a lot of these children are Spanish-speaking 3 and 4-year-olds.
Their profile card and their CLI assessment is done in their native language, their language of instruction.
So then,
So a bilingual student is being assessed in Spanish.
could y'all break out these charts based on the students who are Spanish-speaking versus, so we can see a better representation on how they're progressing with, because eventually they will need to pass.
The two colors are Spanish and English.
So the English are tested in English?
Yes.
Or those are
ESL students and native English speakers and ESL students are that lighter blue color,
so
and
only,
the darker blue
only
bar.
the ones who are actually tested, are the ones that are the darker blue?
The darker blue are your Spanish.
Your bilingual.
Yeah, in the bilingual classrooms. And the lighter blue does include English as a second language learners too, because there are those who came with a home language other than Spanish.
So those who speak English and English as a second language are both under English.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
In that lighter blue color.
So many varieties.
Yes.
It still would be interesting to find out how the ESL kids are doing and
Breaking those
faring
apart even
along
further.
the way, just to make sure that we're tracking the students. And if so, the pre-K writing for the Spanish speakers, for the 3-year-olds, that's impressive. So, good job.
They're already at a level 2 when the end of 4-year-old gold is a level 11.
Which is great. It's only middle of the year, so we still have a whole half a year to
And
continue.
writing is the last thing to develop. It's
As a
listening,
3-year-old.
speaking, reading, and then writing. That expressive writing is the hardest part.
And the writing would then be not just writing letters, but also trying to put them in words.
Yes.
So the English children the Spanish speakers are putting them together in Spanish words, and then, but they're still putting them together at a very high level.
Yes.
That's just awesome. I think everything else was answered.
Hello. It's great going last because 90% of your questions get answered along the way. I do have a couple of questions. What is the attendance?
The rate, like
The rate of attendance for pre-K? Because as Mr. Miller alluded to in our prayer, I mean, you have to be there to learn, so.
Yeah, correct. I don't think Lily has less, I'd say Lily, because it's the most majority encompassed in one location, has less than a 97% attendance rate either. But I don't think we've broken out each individual campus's classroom where we have smaller pockets of just one or two teachers on site.
And to follow up on Ms. Hassett's question, are we following these students after they move on to kindergarten and first grade to see where especially those English language learners are and so forth?
The long-term impact.
The
We do
long-term,
have
the
ability
long-term
to do that.
impact, the benefits, if you will, I'll prejudge it, the benefits of having a pre-K program.
Absolutely. I know in some of the records that Mrs. Hawley left behind, she generously shared her work with me. I did come across some data that she had pulled out that reflected third grade STAR data and the achievement of children who had come through LISD pre-K and how that did reflect on STAR very positively.
I would be more interested in how it affected on our iStation learning than STAR.
We have
STAR.
tracking that identifies anybody who participated as a 3 or 4 year old, so it's something we could potentially do.
And then I'm going to refer to this one right here, because I want to note that our economically disadvantaged are probably also some LEP students
Yes.
that are actually, that we have crossovers, that no one
Yes.
actually falls into
But
one category that they.
That's why your percentages don't add up.
Right, which is why they add
You
up to
could
a
be
lot
in
more.
more than
You could be
even
more
two.
than one
Right,
inspector.
2 or 3.
Yeah.
So, that we have kids that
who qualified two
qualify
ways.
in many
Yes, ma'am.
ways.
And we're
It's
honored
fun. And
to
when's
serve them
the
all.
play date? That's what I want to know. I want to go to the play date.
Anytime.
Anytime.
Any more questions? Okay, I just have 3 questions. One was just to kind of allude to some of the follow-up. So at these 3 campuses on the Discovery, we're only taking one classroom of 22. Is that correct?
At this time.
Okay. And then, how is, Ms. Prosnick made me think of this question. Say we have a student from Briar Hill that attends Liberty. They have some struggles and some challenges, but then they go back to the Highland Village School. How is that information passed on to that teacher of what those needs and assessments need to be at another campus?
You're talking about when they're in grade
Pre-K,
school?
to go to
To
kindergarten.
go into
now they're-
kindergarten.
Yeah.
We have great tracking systems. If it's a student identified as special education, there's already codes in Skyward that indicate those types of things. The records get hand-delivered typically from campus to campus. We have aware data tracking, so everything stays in the same system so the teachers who have that student automatically see all of their historical information.
Okay, great. And my last question is, I presume these campuses were chosen, Dr. Rogers, because they have capacity. So I just wanted to go on the record and hear that we won't be adding portables because we're adding
No.
Absolutely, we will not be adding portable.
Good.
On
Perfect.
the record.
Mr. Miller?
Yep. I want to follow up on something with some of these questions. So my question to you, Mr. Ball, really, is there a magic number that we need to get to in attendance that would keep us from recapture?
Mathematically, yes. Realistically, probably not.
So let's go with mathematically first.
Well, I'd have to calculate that and be happy to get back with the board on
Would
that.
we,
but
would it be another 400 students or 500?
I couldn't speculate without
Let's
running.
go with 400. Do these students count into that number?
The pre-K students count as a half-day for funding purposes, those that are eligible. The paid students don't count at all. So the revenue that we get for the tuition is what we get for them.
Right. So if we were basically said, we're just going to offer free of those that can't qualify for state money, we're going to offer 400 kids free tuition and bring them into LISD. That wouldn't work in our total student population numbers.
I don't believe we would get funding for students that do not qualify, whether or not they are charged tuition.
So there's no.
But that's a question I'd have to research.
Well, so what I'm thinking here is that if we, for example, said that we could somehow depending on the use of money, get to a 400 students, right, which is a cost of about $1.4 million, is investing $1.4 million into free tuition a better deal than losing $29 million because we got our student enrollment up? Now, if giving free tuition doesn't count in the student enrollment, then it doesn't matter. But if it does count, then we may look at spending $1 million or $2 million in pre-K. There's a lot of benefits of pre-K, but it's going to get our numbers up, and we'll save another $27 million without giving it back.
And I'd be happy to run those numbers, but I can tell you that the number that would be needed to solve our recapture issue would be a lot more than 400. It would be just a lot. I don't.
Yeah, well, I'm
hate to
expecting
throw a
our
number
marketing
out
program
there.
to give us a lift of a couple hundred. So if we, I'd like us for it to imagine here a little bit, right? Let's imagine what it would look like if we could do something that spending some money would keep us from losing $25, $27 million in recapture. I don't know what that is, but something that would draw students in.
I think certainly a goal of anything we can do to increase our enrollment and our attendance is something that should be a focus. It's probably not realistic to think, given the rate at which our property values are growing, it's probably not a realistic goal to think we could totally eliminate it. Certainly we can reduce it somewhat.
And there is no doubt that the reason that we created the academy approach for these 3 pre-Ks is to plant the seed for future. I mean, to plant the seed to have future enrollment. So, and we're not losing money as far as starting these Discovery Academies. So we would not. It wouldn't make sense to spend money and go too much in the hole. Certainly, what your idea of looking at that makes sense, Mr. Miller. But I will tell you that we see this as a long-term investment for future students.
Yeah,
we certainly look to expand.
I totally agree. I think it would be good for us to see what the numbers would look like, albeit maybe not achievable.
Yeah.
Rather than us just concede sending $29 million back to the state.
Ms. Cox, can I just a quick note of thanks. So last year when we had the play day, I will say that it's really a wonderful program, and I was so impressed that everywhere we went, even their specials, the learning was across the board. Like we were in creative movement doing yoga about becoming a plant, and in math they were learning those same concepts in science and reading books, and so just kind of kudos to the program because it really is rich.
Our teachers are my heroes. They do amazing things with our children. And something exciting that they are just about to open over at Lily Jackson is a STEM lab for their kids. I just visited today. It was all set up ready to train the teachers. So there's always something new and exciting going on in pre-K.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Ball, I think you're up on finance reports.
Well, if I might just add one, I just did a real quick and dirty calculation. 20,000 students is on the order of what it would take to eliminate the recapture payment next year. So,
I don't think we have the capacity.
Cheaper to
Am I
send $29
correct?
million back.
Do we have the capacity for that?
Go back to Andy's question of portables.
There would be some portables in that situation, Ms. Cox.
Hey, at least we get something out of it.
Hey, Mr.
Send it
Ball.
back, we get nothing.
thank you. The next item is the discussion about the guaranteed maximum price
Get it going.
that we have to present to the board, hopefully as an action item on the 19th. And those 2 projects are the Bolin expansion and renovation. That's from Jackson Construction, and then the Flower Mound 9th grade campus completion project. And Balfour Beatty is the construction manager at risk on that project. And just to kind of refresh the board's memory on how the guaranteed maximum price works, or GMP, the board has already, through a competitive process, selected the construction manager at risk that are qualified to work in the district. The board has assigned these 2 respective firms to the projects, and then those firms, in conjunction with our design team, work to develop specifications then under our supervision, they conduct a bid process, advertise that, our people are there when the bids come in, and then their staff, along with our construction folks, vet those bids that are received to make sure that the subcontractors who submit bids really are qualified to do the work. They in the world of construction, they all know each other, so they look to see what their record is, and many of those relationships are long-standing, and so we want the best value for the district, not necessarily the lowest price, because we've seen some examples of what you get when you just go with the lowest price and not the best value. So the other thing that I think bears some emphasis is the fact that the guaranteed maximum price is really just the cost of the actual construction, and it is a price by which the construction manager will sign a contract with the district upon the approval of the board to construct that work at a not to exceed price. But the total project price will include what you'll hear referred to as soft costs. Those are things like the structural engineers and the geotechnical engineers who do the soil testing, materials testing, permitting, all of those kinds of things that go along with a project, testing and balancing and commissioning. So the good news is that these two projects that we have to present to the board tonight for discussion and hopefully for action and approval on the 19th, these two projects are within the budget that's been laid out for the construction as well as the soft cost. And so we're pleased to report that we believe both these projects will be completed either within or under the budget that has been established for these projects. So that's really all we have to say. We'd be happy to answer any questions the board might have about either of these two projects. And Mr. Hughes and Mr. Fide are here for that purpose.
Sheffield.
Can you remind us of the construction timeline for these projects?
Sure. So the construction timeline for the Bowling Center, that project will begin roughly April 1st. So after board approval, we'll get contracts in place. That project is slated to be done in end of August. The Flower Mound High School 9th grade campus completion is a summer project this summer, so it's going to be a quick turnaround on that one.
So then, when Boland's complete, will we move people out of Timber Creek?
Yes, we will. We'll be flexible on the timing of that. I mean, if we don't want to move people right as school's starting, so according to when, but certainly soon thereafter.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I have.
Cells. Okay. We'll pass for a minute. Ms. Tenish? No.
Sorry.
Ms. Hassett? No. Ms. Crosby?
Can you remind me what the Flower Mound project is? I went back all the way to October of 2017 in my notes, and what is it?
Sure. So the Flower Mound High School 9th grade campus completion is just that. That was the project that was the 9th grade center that was built. These were the leftover pieces that weren't completed with that project. Really, it consists of primarily athletic area renovations that were originally slated to be done with that 9th grade campus completion.
And that's 2008 bonds. I want to
Yes,
clarify that as well. So that's what that's for. Okay, great. And then I had one other question. Someone else will have to ask it.
Mr. Miller? No. Ms. Sells?
I just wanted to make sure, just for the record, that with our shorter summer,
That's usually my question.
I mean, I know that y'all have already taken that into account, and that I just want to make sure that we're doing everything possible to not disrupt those campuses.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. On these two, I mean, obviously the Bowling Center won't impact the campus. The Flower Mound, the contractor feels that they can get this work performed this summer. Now, as we bring other projects before you, we'll have some different approaches to how we're gonna handle that. So, but these two specifically, yeah, we're planning on getting these done this summer.
And then could you also remind me, when we're talking about the Bowling expansion and renovation project, how far are we going?
Yes, ma'am. So the expansion piece is all the way up to Thrift City. So as you know, Thrift City is currently occupied. And then on the renovation, it's basically within the first
Garden Park area, right?
Yes, we are.
Okay. All right. I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ball, looks like you're up again. Expansion and renovation.
Yes, ma'am. This is the
Underwriting
project.
service. Sorry, underwriting.
Underwriting, the request for qualification for underwriting. Mr. Martin is making his way to the microphone to be available for questions as well. As you know, as you recall, over the last several months, we had a new money bond sale last summer. We anticipate having another one this summer, and we've had a couple of refunding transactions over the last almost a year, and we've had significant discussions with the board about the makeup and the selection process for our underwriting team. And as the board knows, in part of those discussions, we realized that those firms have been doing business with the district for a number of years. There really has not been a formalized selection process, so we committed that we would have this process done before the next refunding transaction, which we anticipate coming up in May or June. And so this is the process. We work with Mr. Martin to look at other firms, other municipalities and school districts across both Texas and across the nation to see what is a model format for a request for qualifications for underwriting firms. And so through that process, we developed the package that we advertised, and we had 13 questions that we asked of those firms, and things like, give us your firm history and give us the individuals that you would assign to our work. Give us your capital structure. Tell us of some examples of how you used your capital structure to the benefit of your client in a volatile market. Those kinds of transactions. Tell us the volume of transactions that you've had. And we also, in that RFQ, defined the criteria by which we would score those firms once we receive their responses. We also had a very last question we had in the RFQ was based on some conversations that we had back when we had the committee structure and in our finance committee. We had some discussions about asking a question about how firms were involved in working with charter schools in Texas. And so based on that, we did ask that question in the original RFQ that was circularized. Shortly after we advertised and released that RFQ, it came to our knowledge that that TEA was taking the position that considering the work that firms had done with charters in selecting firms, they would view that as a violation of the statute, and they've quoted that statute. It's called the Right to Work statute. And so based on that knowledge, we issued an addendum to the RFQ and asked firms not to respond to that question, and none of them did. So the good news is that we now are in a position where we really can't even be accused of considering that because no one responded to that question, thankfully. And so our hands are clean, if you will, from that standpoint. The other addendum that we had was a routine addendum, which we typically do. We publish the RFQ, and then we provide an opportunity for anyone to ask questions, and then we publish an addendum with the answer to the questions. And we only had one question, and it was a very procedural question about was a particular form required for a publicly traded entity. So we had two addendum. One was that question, and the other had to do with the please don't respond to the question about charter schools. That said, that was the process. And again, Mr. Martin helped us determine what's the optimum time that we should allow firms to respond based on experience from other entities across the state and outside the state. We determined that 2 weeks was an appropriate time. So we did allow 2 weeks to respond, and we got 24 responses to our RFQ, which is very good response. Considered many of the RFQs that we submit for lots of other things, we'd be happy to get 24 responses in most cases. And we were happy with that response in this case. And so 24 responses. We put together a team of the district's investment officers, and we gave them a spreadsheet basically with the criterion that were established in the request for qualifications. And you have each of their individual sheets. And we allowed those folks to work independently. We did not really give them any instructions other than, here's a digital file with 24 responses, here's your worksheet. You read the responses and you score them based on how you feel that their response stacks up to the criteria that we established. And so then I was one of those evaluators, as was Mr. Martin. So the district's 4 investment officers and Mr. Martin, we had a 5-person team who really didn't function as a team. We functioned as 5 individuals. We really didn't want anyone to exercise any undue influence over the process. So everyone worked independently. And then once we got the sheets back from the people, then I put together this summary of the response, or summary of the scoring, and then it became a math problem. We just plugged in the values, and then we averaged each of the criteria, and then we summed up those averages, and that was the mechanics of the math involved in our scoring process. And the other thing that Mr. Martin helped us with was the question of, well, okay, how many firms do we need to qualify? And what we came up with was 6, and here was the thinking behind that, and Mr. Martin may have some additional thoughts, but we looked at how many do we need in a large transaction. If you recall, last summer's new money bond sale was a $200+ million transaction. So we used 4 firms in that transaction. It worked out really well for us. I'm sorry, that was a competitive sale, so we just took bids on that. The May last year refunding was about a $65 million transaction, as I recall, and we used 4 firms on that. We did the new money sale as a competitive sale, and then we did an advance refunding in December, and we had 4 firms in that. So could be a situation where we need 4 firms. Then the other thing that we began to realize is if you look at the long-term scenario in the marketplace, there's a lot of individuals who switch firms, and so one of the things we looked at it really fell in the other category. Pardon me. When you've been in the business a long time, you know people's people in this business, and you know some of their risk tolerances. In my case, I've been in 2 different districts where I have followed and had to live with the consequences of some of the work that some of the individuals in this that were named as individuals who would work with the district. And so there are others that I happen to know because of the work that I've done in other districts and with just knowing the marketplace. Some of these folks have a much higher risk tolerance for what I would deem to be risky transactions. And so there's a lot of that kind of information that went into that other category, which I believe is 10% of the weight. Mr. Martin probably has much more of that kind of information than I do. But we began to think about, okay, there's a person now that's with firm X, and they're not part of our team, but what if they go to one of the firms that is part of our team and they get assigned to us? And so felt like we needed a little bit of flexibility there, and just the ability to continue to have some competition so that when we have a sale, we want these people to come to the table and use their capital to the best interest of the district. And so we wanted to have a little bit of flexibility there for some continued competition and continued expectation that you've got to perform if you want to remain on our team. And so that said, we've got the first 6 firms here based on the scoring. We sorted them in the order of the scores, which are the far right-hand column of this fold-out sheet, and with the highest score at the top all the way down to the bottom. And the first 6 firms are Raymond James, RBC Capital Markets, BOK Financial Securities, Citigroup Global Markets, Piper Jaffray, and JP Morgan. And those are the 6 firms that, unless the board directs otherwise tonight, those are the firms that we would anticipate recommending for approval as qualified firms at the March 19th meeting. And with that said, that's kind of the background, the process, and the results. And Mr. Martin certainly would be happy to answer any questions, and I will as well. And so, Ms. Cox, that's pretty much it, unless the board has questions.
Sure. Couple thoughts. I find it difficult that the bank, Merrill Lynch and Morgan Stanley would rate so low against the Piper Jaffray and BOK financial securities, given the amount of bonds that we're going to sell. What was it that caught, like BOK financial securities and Piper Jaffray, for them to beat out a Merrill or a Fidelity?
That's a great question.
Or a bank, Merrill, yeah.
And I think it has to do with the fact that we want the Merrill Lynch, the Bank of America Merrill Lynch, BAML is what they call them on the street. They tend to show up for the competitive sales, and they actually they underwrote, or a consortium led by Bank of America Merrill Lynch bought our $200 million transaction last summer. And if you look at the reports on the volume of transactions, they tend to show up in the competitive sales, but not so much in the negotiated sales. And in a competitive sale, we wouldn't use an underwriting team, and so we just put the statement out, the prospectus out there on the street, and whoever comes with the best bid gets the deal. It's the negotiated transaction where we need the underwriting team when the market's volatile, and we need their expertise to help us pick the best day for the sale and those kinds of things.
So those companies who do have material experience, when you look at experience as underwriter for Texas Public Schools, would you say then that Merrill and Morgan Stanley don't have a lot of experience underwriting Texas Public Schools?
I would suggest that based on the review, based on the data that were available to us, the firms listed at the top have more experience, or they do more transactions for Texas public school districts. Now, obviously, Bank of America Merrill Lynch is a worldwide firm, as is Morgan Stanley. But the question and the criteria that were established for us is the volume of transactions and the dedication they have to the Texas public school market. And there are some unique things about the Texas public school transactions that might not be present in a transaction outside of Texas.
So in that, what you're saying is, even though Raymond James is a big player, they have more experience than those players as it relates to Texas public schools.
Raymond James is actually at the top of the list that we have seen by any criteria, whether it's number of transactions, dollar value of transactions, number of senior managed transactions. That they are the leader in Texas public school bond sales, bond underwriting.
As it relates to RBC Capital Markets, is there not a way that we could include banks that are U.S. banks rather than a Canadian bank in the transaction?
We could. What we would probably need to do is at least I think we could. That might be a question for Mr. Crownover and our bond counsel, whether we can exclude someone based on their nationality of their. That was not a criteria that was listed in our RFQ. So certainly, if we were going to do that, I think we'd need to start over and have a new process.
Well, it's a criteria that we've discussed in public public meetings, so I don't think it's a surprise that we would consider U.S. banks. I'm actually surprised RBC was considered. When we look at, we want to limit companies that do work with charter schools, whether the commissioner says we can or not. We did that in the last CMR, right? We had a company that did work, kind of, hey, they do too much charters, we got rid of them.
I don't know that I would concur with that, Mr. Miller, that we have ever omitted a firm from consideration because they did work for charters. I'm not aware that we've ever done that.
Well, we'll have to agree to disagree. You and I are in the same meeting. So what I would say is, though, why is it that we're not focused on where we have our little share of money in this United States, we spend money on focusing that on U.S. banks? What is it that RBC is bringing to the table? And as conservatives, all of us on the board, when we want things to be done here in America and jobs to be created here in America, this is our time to say we're going to do business with American banks. Because, frankly, if we swapped RBC out, we could insert somebody else in there, and they do a pretty good job.
Again, I think the answer to that, Mr. Miller, is it's a great point. That was not part of the criteria that were advertised in the request for qualifications, and I think certainly if the board would like to exclude a bank because they are not a U.S. bank, that would need to be stated in the request for qualifications.
Well, I, for one, am going to stand on being a conservative, focus on the United States, and would ask that it is. I know that won't pass.
Well,
but this is not the first time this discussion's come up, so I was a bit surprised there wouldn't be a kind of a primary push on this.
While the RBC does stand for the Royal Bank of Canada, they do have a lot of folks whose presence is in Texas, and all of the folks that have worked on LISD transactions, and RBC has been part of the district's team for a number of years, and all of the folks with whom we would work and have worked are based in Texas. They live in Texas, and their kids are in Texas public schools, the ones that I know personally. And so, yes, I think their headquarters are in Canada, but they have a large presence in the United States. And I think many of the other banks have an international presence. While their home offices are in the United States, many of these banks are worldwide banks, and they have a significant portion of their operations outside of the United States.
I understand that. Just surprised.
And I apologize, Mr. Miller, but I don't remember that discussion about making sure that we have banks that are only...
I don't either. I mean, I know we had discussions about, if there's vendors that we can, locally that,
Sure.
If all things being equal, we would like to be able to support those locally, but I don't recall that conversation either.
I think we did have the conversation. There may not be everybody remembered the same, but that applies right there. We have had a number of discussions that said we want to do business local. Now, when you start looking at companies like these, local goes state, goes regional, and it goes national. And then it considers international. And I get that they all do business all around the world, and they're Americans living in other countries, and folks from Canada living here, and people from Britain living here. It's just that we have talked about doing business locally, and I think local is defined by the things that you're procuring. If you can't get steel in Texas, the question is, do you go to China and get it, or do you go to Oklahoma and get it? You go as close as possible. So
I'm going to qualify my statement because I do think that, to me, it's all things being equal. And I think at the end of the day, our process does not skew toward somebody local if they're not the best deal. So I don't think this is the place for that conversation. No. That's just going to be my 2 cents. But I don't have any other questions. So.
Okay, myself. No, I don't have any other questions.
I did have a question, Mr. Ball, just to and it may not be the same thing because I know when we have 6 contractors, we're having to work out the bid process as jobs come up so that we're, working them equally. If we have 6 companies and we only need 4 when we go out for a refinance, are we going to have to try to make sure we manage keep 6 6 happy, but we only can use 4? Is there any considerations there?
Well, I think our hope would be that the board would delegate the authority to us from these 6 firms to select the team that's best for the particular transaction in question, because I think Mr. Martin's firm as our financial advisor could help us based on the strengths that a particular firm might have. If it's a refunding transaction, if it's a new money sale, that the financial advisor would have the ability to recommend to us and have us select the underwriting team. Or the other option would be to every transaction to come back to the board with the type of sale, the makeup of the team. If the board wants that level of involvement, I think that's part of this discussion as well. And the districts where I've been involved, the boards have delegated that to the management, the administration, and there are some districts, I would say a few districts, who the board makes those decisions. I'm not sure I could name one off the top of my head.
Yeah, that wasn't really it was just more of, if we have 6, if the same 4 were offered the best deal for every refinance, then that's not a problem.
Then we don't use the other 2. Simple as that. There's no guarantee to this. It's just these firms would be deemed qualified to work for the district, and if they don't give us the best deal, we wouldn't use them.
We wouldn't be
and that's true of the contractors as well.
Is this basically our syndicate?
No, these firms would be deemed to be qualified, and from this list of a half dozen, we would pick the syndicate for the particular transaction.
Given the size of the deal, the market time, market conditions at the time, and so forth.
But our syndicate before was 5. We moved it to 6.
It was 4.
It was 4?
Yes, sir.
And we moved it to 6.
Well, the syndicate would be the term you would use once you're in the transaction. The 4 firms are just the firms that we've used without any kind of formalized selection process in anyone's memory anyway. And at least since I've been with the district, those are the 4 firms that we've used, and some of them have. At least one of them that we've used is not on the list that we're recommending for the 6 moving forward. So this would simply be a group from which we could pick the syndicate for a particular transaction based on the type of transaction, the market conditions at the time, and those kinds of factors.
Ms. Hassett? I like your scoring matrix. I think it was a really good way to do that. But I do wonder, why again are you moving from 4 until 6? Because from 6 to 7, there's almost no difference. And so why 6 instead of 4?
I think the reason is because of the movement we described about. There's been a lot of movement in the last couple of years of individuals from one of these firms to the other. And I think that provides us some flexibility. If one of these folks with a really high risk tolerance moves to a firm that's on our list, we're not required to use them. Or if one of them has a lot of times firms today they may be a great firm, tomorrow not so much, and it would just give us the opportunity to continue to evaluate that and to evaluate their performance and how they show up at a negotiated sale particularly. And one of the things that we tried to get at in the questions we asked in the request for qualifications was give us an example of how you as a firm used your capital to benefit your client in a volatile market. And what we really mean by that is if let's say it's a $60 million deal, but the syndicate only has orders for $50 million of the bonds. Somebody's got to step up and use their capital to say, okay, we'll buy the other $10 million and take the risk that we can resell them. And that's what we need in order to get the best deal. And so that's what we're looking for is firms that have capital. And many of these firms have a lot of capital, but what we need is a firm that has the capital and also has the willingness to use it on behalf of the client.
Okay, also, did you have, some of the scoring with the underwriter of public schools was just slightly different, higher and lower in amongst the first 10. But really it was just an amalgamation of everything, cumulative scoring at the end, because a few of them further down had a little bit more experience with Texas public schools or with the bonds. Really it was just a cumulative score instead of weighting it.
No, we weighted it in accordance, like if you look at the first category, it says experience as underwriter for Texas public schools, 40%.
Right.
So the maximum that any firm could get there was 40.
Right, but
and so like on the very first one, Raymond James was scored 40 by everyone who evaluated them independently. So obviously the average of that is 40.
Right.
So if the maximum points is 100, that's 40% of the allocation.
J.P. Morgan just scored slightly lower overall in that category than Frost Bank and F&T in that particular category.
Because they had slightly fewer Texas transactions than Raymond James. Now that's how I did it. I didn't ask the other ladies how they did it, but that's how I scored them.
Okay, just making sure, because there's not a whole lot of difference between the 6th
there
and
is,
7th position.
There isn't a lot. That you're exactly right. That's a great observation.
Ms. Crosby?
So I'm the opposite. I want more, in the sense that instead of 6, I guess I want the idea of why not 10, in the sense then that gives us 10 options of firms to look at. And I just pulled 10. I'll be honest, I didn't necessarily, probably 8, where the numbers fall. Would give us that option of, just like we have 7 sets of eyes and ears on ideas here, that would give 8 firms that opportunity when we were looking for ideas when it comes to those refundings. So, and you alluded to the movement in this business. I would also allude that a lot of firms combine themselves. Southwest Properties became Hilltop.
Southwest Securities
yes,
became
I'm sorry, Southwest Securities became Hilltop. So, I mean, what if 2 of these decide to get together and become one giant thing? Does that then make us only have 5?
And I think that was part of the thinking behind the 6, actually, was, it gives us some, if somebody combines, or if the people that we know and love that have been paying attention to us, for years decide they're going to move and go to, George K. Baum, and that are not ranked very high. Nothing against them, but, so that changes the complexion of things.
Right.
So it gives us an option. I haven't seen a situation where really we've needed in one particular transaction more than 4. So Mr. Ball and I were just kind of thinking, well,
2 is your buffer.
Yeah.
Then okay, and I just want more of a
thing.
buffer, and that's just me personally.
Yeah.
It's not Jenny's district, so. And then I will ask what I'm going to allude to something that Mr. Miller said, but and I just want to know if it was one of the questions, if location was one of the 13 questions that was asked, like where firms.
We asked for a brief history,
Okay.
and I'm sorry, Mike.
Go ahead.
We asked for a brief history of the firm and tell us a brief history where they're located. And so they all answered the question in terms of where the respondents, the primary respondents, the bankers,
Right.
where they were located.
Who your contact would be.
That's
correct?
right. And so, and for me personally, we all scored these independently, but I gave high scores if they're in our backyard, if I can reach out and touch them. That means a lot to me, to be able to have a conversation with someone down the street. So, and that fell into that 10% other relevant stuff.
I just wanted to know
That's
which
where I
category.
fit. And then, how long they've been around, if they're publicly held, that sort of thing. So location, they'll all talk about where their headquarters is. Many in New York, obviously. So, but they had local boots on the ground here.
Okay. Those are my questions.
I just have one question. So you kind of both have alluded to it of that's how I scored, that's kind of what my thoughts were. So I'd like to know what the actually the scoring mechanism is.
You know, like, is it a matter of opinion, or this is what I think, or is there truly a rubric or a measurement that shows, okay, you're falling in this 1 to 5 category, or is it just, yeah, that's how kind of I think, so that's what my opinion will be. So I just want to clarify and make sure.
That's a great question, Ms. Cox, and the answer is it's all subjective. There is no score sheet that says if you did this many transactions in Texas, you get this many points. The thing that is structured is the weight that's assigned to that category, which 40% was assigned to your experience as an underwriter for Texas Public Schools, and we felt like that was the most important criteria for a couple of reasons. One is just looking at how other folks structure their RFQs. That's the kind of weighting that we were seeing. The other thing that now this is Mike talking here. The other thing I think is important about that is that if you're a firm based in New York and all your people are in New York and you really don't have a lot of activity in Texas, you have no knowledge of how the Attorney General of Texas fits into these transactions, how the state funding could impact, although in most cases it doesn't impact us, but it could. We don't know what the outcome of the work of the commission that's looking at that's going to be, so there could be some impact on facilities funding, the existing debt allotment, the instructional facilities allotment, those things that we don't really get right now. There could be some hope that a little glimmer maybe that somewhere down the way that could be a factor. So that's why we weighted that attribute at 40%. And then the next attribute had to do with the marketing and distribution and capital commitment. In other words, if you're going to underwrite our bonds, we need to know that you have connections with large institutional buyers, because none of these firms are, well, the vast majority of these firms are not buying our bonds for their own inventory. They're buying them from us to fill orders that they have from their clients. So we wanted firms that had connections with large institutional buyers, regional buyers that buy bonds, and even some retail. Those are pretty much the 3 areas of the marketplace. So we asked questions that said, give us information about your marketing network and your connections with large institutional buyers who could buy our bonds when we're trying to sell them. And then the other question we've already alluded to a little bit that we asked was, give us examples of how you used your capital to benefit your client when the market was volatile and maybe there weren't enough orders to make the deal work. Somebody had to step forward out of that underwriting team and say, I'll buy the rest of them and take that risk. And that's where we need firms that have capital. And many of these firms, particularly the firms at the bottom of the list, they don't have a lot of capital. They may have the willingness to use it, but they don't. I have the willingness to use capital, but I don't have any. So we need somebody that has it and also has the willingness. And so the next category was demonstrate your commitment as an underwriter. And that has to do with the firms that have been sending us scenarios. And there are about a dozen firms that regularly send us updates on here's what the market's looking like. We see you've got this refunding transaction coming up. Here's a scenario based on our analytics. We also have some that just give us weekly market updates. Here's what the bond market's doing this week. And so those are the kind of things that we were asking for there. And then the last category of 10% was just any other factor. And that's the factor that we consider the people we know in the business that we don't want to name publicly, but we know some of these people and some of their risk tolerances. We know the reputation of some of these firms. Some of their reputations have been discussed in public meetings here, and I'd really rather not name a firm there either, but those are the things we took into account in that final category. And then we just averaged the responses from each of our 5 evaluators and then summed up those averages to get the final scoring. So that's how the scoring worked.
Okay.
is the likelihood that we're going to do a negotiated bond sale again versus competitive sale?
It's very likely, in the refunding in May, that's what our recommendation will be.
But I would bet you that it's, because we're talking about, applying some of our own surplus funds in the debt service fund to that. So there's $20 million that you recall from our workshop a couple of weeks ago, callable. So that might be a much smaller transaction, like $10 million neighborhood ballpark. So we certainly don't need 4, 5, 6 underwriters for that piece. We're talking probably 2.
Yeah.
And so that's where we need to kind of then determine at that point in time when we get ready to get ready to sell bonds, who's the right fit for that smaller piece to get it done at the best possible price for the school district.
Yeah. So I think that, I've got some strong opinions about this, and I may just leave it to myself and vote no, but I would say that this indicates that we should have done this before the refunding that took place, because we used some members here, at least one. It's not in the top 6, if top 6 is what we wanted. And that was a time that we could have rectified that. And there were other reasons that we could have removed one of those players arbitrarily. And I think they were removed here probably arbitrarily based on scoring because of the comfort level of the team. But I look at Ms. Prosnick's point and say, why not 8? Because you know what 8 gets us? I know that gets us 1 we don't want, okay? We can leave that unsaid. But it gets us Merrill. Why wouldn't we want Merrill as an option?
Well, I think we're not saying we don't want Merrill Lynch, Bank of America Merrill Lynch as an option, and certainly if the board wants to expand that pool, we would certainly be comfortable with that. I think what's important is that we stay with the evaluation criteria that were stated in the RFQ, and if the board's comfortable with 8 or 10, at the end of the day, it's the board's decision, and we certainly would be supportive of that. There's not a firm in the top 10 that I would be uncomfortable using. So if the board wants to go with 8 or 10, certainly that as Mr. Martin said, we certainly would not. There's probably not a transaction that we would envision where we'd need them all at one time, but we certainly could rotate them in and out based on the dollar value of the transaction and the other factors that might be unique to a particular transaction.
Any more questions? I do. What would be the downside if we added more companies to the list?
Well, I think it's much like any time we are soliciting people to do business with the district. We want to get the best value for the district, and at the same time, we want to be the kind of client and customer that people want to do business with. And so if I'm sitting in one of these firm's office and I realize I'm one of 10, and I'm number 10, I realize it's going to be 10 transactions maybe, or 6 transactions down the way before I have an opportunity to weigh in. And so I think that's a little bit of an intangible that's hard to measure, but I do think we want people who want to do business with us, and we want to be the kind of client that people want to work for, and we want to keep them just hungry enough that they're working as hard as they can, but not so hungry that they lose interest and devote their interest elsewhere. So what's that balance? Is it 6? Is it 8? Or is it 10? I mean, we came up with 6. If the board's comfortable with a larger number, certainly we'd be supportive of that.
Did you come up with the 6 before or after you scored?
Before.
I mean, I'm not comfortable with moving it after that point. To me, at that point, it just looks like we're adding them because there's somebody we know or we like, or, I mean, for me personally,
it was absolutely before we had this discussion.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think for me, I'm not comfortable adding at this point. If the board wants to make a decision at some later point that, hey, we think it's better to have X number, or if that's a discussion, I think that's one thing. I think adding at this point just looks like, I don't know, it just doesn't look right.
Well, then
To Ms. Sheffield's
know this.
to Ms. Sheffield's point, how often are we going to do an RFQ?
Well, that's a conversation we've not had with the board. Certainly, this is not an irrevocable decision, and I think we would do it as often as the board wants to do it. I would hope that we wouldn't need to do this on every transaction. Our thinking is that we would do this, and the board would delegate the authority to the administration to select the team for each individual transaction, and then as we see the market change and the firms change, if they were to change, that we would come back and say we think it's time to do this again. But whether that's 3 years or 5 years, I don't know. There's a lot that could happen in the financial markets over the next several years, and so or if the board has some reason to have its comfort level decrease with the team we have, certainly we could do this anytime. But it is a time-consuming process, both for the responding firms and for Mr. Martin and his firm, as well as for the district staff. With 24 responses, it's a time-consuming process to go through that, and so you wouldn't want to do that on every transaction. But my initial thinking is maybe 3 to 5 years, depending on the comfort level of the board.
And Mr. Ball, that's a whole lot more often than the last time.
Absolutely. I don't know that anybody can remember the last time this has been done, if ever.
Which I think, if I could say something there too on that, is some of our thinking with the 6, with kind of that cutoff too, was we were thinking that the board's wishes would be wanting to go out more often, and the larger pool you have, kind of the longer you're giving everybody a chance to play ball. And so our part of our thought with the 6 cutoff before we even got into this was, number one, we've never used more than 4, so we got a 2 buffer, as you pointed out, and that should get us through the next 3, 4, 5 years, and then you go out, and then everybody's had a chance to prove themselves at that point in time. We've gotten to know maybe a couple of new players here that we hadn't seen before and see how they do.
So you made the decision of 6 before you scored this?
Before, I'm assuming you got your responses, right?
Absolutely.
Well,
I'm
I'll
sorry, I
say
couldn't
that
hear that.
if I had asked them to do this for some personal reasons, I would cut it off at 4 because of the difference in the
break.
In the break there. I mean, the scoring there's a substantial difference in 88-79, and then you drop down to 73-72-70. So I'm comfortable with the 2 buffer, but I will say that if this was on a different note, it would be the top 4 again for me personally.
Yeah, that's not how you would score cheerleaders.
Exactly. I have a feeling that this looks a lot like our LEF scholarship readings that we did, these scoring, some of these. It is subjective.
Well, and believe me, part of that, you talk about the scholarships. Yes. I mean, I remember my kids did this essays and all that stuff. It was this novel that these guys wrote a lot of time. This took us every bit of 3 days each to go through all these proposals. 8 to 5, 3 days, and because they all want to show themselves the best. So they had some stories for us to read, and it was. So to your point too, Ms. Cox, in terms of the subjectivity, you're trying to cut through the, to get to, are they for real? Can they really do this? And then you kind of point back at what their real experience is.
Yeah, I think the good news in this, you take the top 10 firms that are listed there, you can't go wrong with any of those firms. They're all good firms. They do good work. Many of them have done good work for the district. All of them have done great work for other districts. So it's a spot where we really can't go wrong, I think. So
I would ask this: you go with your 6, that'll be the recommendation. But I'd ask before we take a vote that you consider this. It is a lot easier. It is very difficult to add more later, or to redo this. To Ms. Prosnick's point, and I think to my point, if you do have 8 or 10, you don't have to use all of them. You could say, hey, listen, we're going to go with the top 4 or 5. Other guys might say, well, why? Well, you scored lower. Well, that might give them a chance to really prove themselves and compete a little more. It's going to create a little bit of a competitive environment. So what we're doing here is we're going to say 6 and good news is we haven't done this for a long time. Fleshed out some that we were doing business with that wish we would have gotten those cleaned out sooner. But now we're in a situation where to do this again, we're going to have to go through an exhaustive process in a year or two. So why not consider, for another day, expanding your list such that you have some flexibility and not having to go through this type of process?
I don't have a problem with that. As I said, I think if you take the top 10 firms listed on this sheet, I'd be comfortable doing business with any of them. They're all good firms. Now, if you took the bottom 10, it'd be a different answer. But the top 10,
we'll stay away from the bottom 10.
Yeah, I think I don't see how we could go wrong with any of those firms.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Ball. Dr. Coburn, you're up for safety reports.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I know Matt Garrett is making his way over here to the table. If I could, if you wouldn't mind, I just would like to say that Mr. Garrett has been working incredibly hard here the past few weeks. We have certainly had lots of questions and concerns, and he managed to have a bad weather event happen in the middle of that. Was up at 3 in the morning looking at radar and things. So in a public forum, I wanted to thank you for what you've done, Matt, and now I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, let me jump in first. I do want to remind the board of a couple of things. One, I think we need to be strategic in the questions that we might ask. Remind the board that we will have a closed session briefing on safety and security at the regular board meeting on the 19th. So that would give you some opportunity to get into some more in-depth type of questions. It doesn't do us a lot of good if we tell all of our safety strategies. Anyway, just so if I wanted to provide Matt a little cover that if he says we might discuss that on March 19th, he's not trying to be evasive.
All right. Good evening. Based on the tragedies that we've seen in Florida and Kentucky, and it's all over the headlines, this is a great opportunity for us to at least provide an overview of what we've been doing recently. As we get the conversation or calls coming in from parents and staff members, one of the things that we draw strength from is after we talk with them, the feeling of comfort a lot of them have just knowing that there's actually a department there. A lot of them weren't aware of what we have, what we're capable of, and what we do every day. We do have 7 staff. We've been able to recently add one, Clayton Wood. He came from Denton County Sheriff's Office. In the absence of Nolan Bredauer, who's actually been deployed to Egypt for about a year now. He left during winter break, and he is not expected back until probably winter break of this year. The coordinators and myself, we come with a public safety background. We left public safety to join the school safety and security world, and it's been an adventure. As I started here 5 years ago, there was not a safety and security program within LISD. I think we've done a lot, and we've got a long way to go. Continue to make forward movement on this. One of the greatest things we've been able to add capability-wise is our Security Operations Center. Basically, it's the eyes and the ears of the district. We maintain situational awareness of law enforcement activities, fire activities, listening to the radio scanners, listening to campus radios. We operate 24/7. As Dr. Coburn said, whether it's severe weather or getting calls at night from law enforcement who are on site, we'll deal with that. We rotate duty every week between ourselves and respond accordingly. So in regard to Florida, the initial public safety and ISD response, without even asking, our law enforcement, in my opinion, is some of the best around. I really do feel blessed with all of our police departments. They were in and around our schools automatically when we saw Florida happen. I remember texting Dr. Coburn when we were seeing the headlines breaking, and that day, law enforcement in and around our schools, a dismissal. We go out, we do an increased presence, and it's really comforting to know that those partners are there. They care about it. Their kids are in the school just like our kids are in the schools, and they've been a great asset to all of us. The FBI is organizing a school safety meeting actually tomorrow. with North Central Texas ISDs. We look forward to hearing a little bit more about Florida and what we're finding out about that. As you can imagine, we get some information from the news, but a lot of what we're looking for has not been released yet. So hopefully we can hear some of that and have some good discussions with the federal partners as well as our local law enforcement agencies. As a reminder, the LISD, we've always had, even before my time, in fact, I believe it was a year before I started, we had started having an annual ISD public safety meeting. All the police and fire chiefs come. We have some high-level discussions about some initiatives, get their feedback, and take on the issues. We've expedited that meeting. Usually it's held in April. We've moved it to this month to get some clarifications, especially based on some things coming out of Florida. A few of those items are listed that we would like to at least have their feedback on because, again, they're our responders. They're the ones that are going to be coming in and dealing with it, whether it's a police emergency, fire emergency, and we do not want to hinder or hurt their responses. So as you can imagine, and I think every day I'm seeing headlines on social media threats. I mean, it's this thing, it's unique in my opinion. I haven't seen it like this lately with the amount of threats coming in after such a tragedy. It just continues to keep going. Social media threats seem to be the new trend, and a majority of those are actually initiated at the campus level. I know sometimes y'all get some questions about that. Most of the time, a campus is made aware of a threat, usually by a student or a staff member, a student or a parent receiving or seeing a social media post. Rarely do we have it where it actually goes to the police department first and then connects the district to the incident. So we are the initiation point. And when a campus administrator or teacher is made aware, it goes up to the campus administrator, and then it goes off to our partnership with law enforcement, whether that's the SRO on campus or a detective assigned. They basically work that threat in partnership. Some of the times we get the questions, if we send out something about credibility or anything, just to make sure it's clear, the district does not say that's credible or not credible. There is an investigation that's ongoing, usually based on what's said, how it's provided, who said it, who saw it, that a lot of the information can be derived from those conversations, which of course we can't release, but it's usually the law enforcement in partnership with us looking at that and addressing it. That said, even if it's deemed not credible, I do think it's very fair to say that we always err on the side of caution. We've seen that numerous times in the past. In my time here, law enforcement knows that schools are a sensitive topic, whether it was regarding February 14th with Florida, or anytime we have an issue over the years. They've always been able to respond and support us because I think as parents, we want to make sure our kids are safe, and we feel comforted that we know law enforcement is protecting them. Social media threats also have highlighted the importance to see something, say something. And every time we've talked to the principals, and anytime I talk to a parent on the phone, we are preaching, see something, say something. It is impossible for us to monitor all social media feeds. And the second we think we have a solution for one, something else pops up. If I could buy Snapchat and close it down today, I would. But we have to. That's the reality of what we're in. But I think that anytime we can reach a kid, a student, and say, if you see it or hear it, just report it. We take things seriously. We are going to respond. We're going to investigate. And I think that is probably the most powerful statement we can do right now. Most of the time, these kids are looking for a reaction. It saddens me to hear when they say that they think it's a joke, because it's not a joke. And the criminal justice system and law enforcement and the school does not take it as a joke. So just know that we are 100% committed to those investigations and dealing with those situations. The other aspect that, as we were talking to the parents, there's some school districts out there that look at a tragedy and they react. What do we got to do? What do we need to do? Everything that we're presenting from here on through this presentation has actually been in the works before February. This is our job. We focus on thinking worst case scenarios. We have to prepare and present these items and actions because we want to be ready if it ever was to occur. This is not a reaction and not emotional on this stuff at all. Safety and security bond projects. We're very happy that the community and the board presented these bond projects. Cameras phase 1 and phase 2, which I think we brought to the board numerous times over the last few months, and I'm glad that the balls are rolling on those. Phase 1 is about a third of the way done. That's in-house work that we're doing, replacing one-to-one. Phase 2 was approved by the board in February, and we're getting ready to begin work on that. That's the enhancement, the coverage of areas that we do not have currently. Phone upgrades, which is a technology project, is almost complete. They have been doing a great job, and each of these components are going to be, as they are upgraded, they're going to be working together to make a system of systems, as we talked about in the bond overview. Access control is ramping up. That's a joint project between facility services, safety, security, and technology. That's a huge program that we're really excited about, because the ability to control access, to control doors, and have remote sensors is definitely a plus. I know that y'all have probably received some emails about a door propped here or a door propped there, and as we're dealing with people and thousands of doors, it's a daunting challenge, but as we use technology to our advantage, access control could play into that. Also with entry and redesign and the hardening projects, that was slated to be a years 2 and 3 project, but anything that was not in year 2 is now in year 2, and we are beginning to work with facilities and the architects to design those. Some of them we know exactly what we're looking for. Some will be a little bit more challenging based on office layouts at some of the unique schools, but we look forward to that project as well. Oops, sorry. One of the larger items that was in the queue was our emergency operations plans and items like that. Standard response protocol has been something that we're really eager to roll out, and this has been a good point for us to really start pushing it. Standard response protocol, or what you'll probably hear referred to as SRP, is supported by the Texas School Safety Center. It's basically an emergency response protocol. It's free resources. It's an organization that's coming out of Colorado. A gentleman started it as a nonprofit after an event at a high school where his daughter lost her life. It's his life's work after that to provide these resources to school safety agencies throughout the country, and it's starting to get widely adopted through the country. It's very simple. I'll go through a few things on the next slide, but we are planning to start implementing this summer with training within the compliance training and Thrive. One of the questions we have is, how can we guarantee that all staff are trained? And right now, it is a campus level training endeavor, but as we put this in compliance training, we can guarantee 100% of staff is trained, 100% of administrators are trained to Thrive, and then we begin rollout to students. So the nice thing about standard response protocol, it doesn't change too much of what we're doing, but it changes just a few things that we really have been needing in a simple way. So what in the past we've had is something that's sometimes referred to as a soft lockdown, how we refer to it with our law enforcement partners, but that kind of varies depending on the situation. And that's what we don't want. We want to make sure everybody knows what one thing means and we move on. So a lockout is exactly that. We're locking the outside out. We're bringing them in, securing the lockdown, or securing the perimeter, and it's business as usual. The reasons we would need that is, let's say there's a warrant service in the neighborhood close by, or law enforcement activity across the street for a traffic stop, and we just don't want anything to bleed over into our campuses. Simply call a lockout. Everyone knows to move in. Doors are checked. Business as usual on the inside. Lockdown does not change. If anything, it just becomes very simple, because a lockdown it means one thing, not soft lockdown, or let's do a partial lockdown. A lockdown is a lockdown. Locks, lights, out of sight. This one, really easy. Evacuate. I think we've been able to do that for decades now. We can get out of our schools with no problem. Shelter, for the most part, it's sheltering for severe weather. We've been doing that for years. I get excited on this one. I don't know why. But hold. One of the things that we've been struggling with is, again, do we call a soft lockdown when we need to just hold the kids temporarily in their location? That could be for a medical emergency in the hallways. That could be for an incident, a disorderly parent or a student in the hallways, where we just don't want student involvement or movement going on. A simple call hold in your location. the school or the campus will lock their doors, but it's business as usual. That way we can guarantee no one's moving around the school, and we can take care of what we need to take care of. So that's the 5 levels in the SRP. It's very easy, very simple, and training on a video can take roughly 20 minutes to train staff on that. And we don't change our drills or anything in the sense, it's just changing our verbiage so that people have a very clear understanding.
Matt, you
Yes, sir.
mentioned lock-in and lockdown.
Yes, sir.
Is there one that's you're locking the outside doors, but then moving to an interior location?
Not with the SRP. If we needed to do that, if there was a need to stay away from that, we could go into a shelter or a lockdown.
Combination.
It's the function that you're looking for. So if there is an outside law enforcement activity that you're afraid of moving, based on whatever variables that are going on out there, you could go into a shelter, which is moving them into a shelter location like a hallway, or lockdown, which is getting them low and out of sight. So again, these items were already in the queue. Expanding current practices. ID badges, we've been hitting that hard this year with district staff, and we continue to. The other items on that one is the remaining high school campuses that have not had high school badges, which is, I believe, 3 at this time, but they've already had the discussions and are, I believe, starting to ramp up the endeavor of that. The researching technology tools, as we look back on a lot of these incidents, there's usually a fingerprint or a red flag on social media that there's a clue. And that's the sad part is, whether it's something's been reported and it wasn't acted on, or if there's just something that could be mining that data, we are going to be looking at tools through technology is it mining certain words? Is it looking for certain, characters that are, hot words, I guess you would call them, whether it's in an email, district email, or social media. There's a lot of technology out there, but we want to make sure it's effective, and it can mine a lot of information where we don't have to filter all of it, because as you can imagine with what we're looking at, it's a lot of information. So medical training, as you know, campuses have CPR and AED teams. There's additional discussions with Melanie Vinciletti, who is going to be involving some advanced medical training for those teams and expanding the involvement so that we have more folks on those teams. Tip lines have been a hot topic. It kind of goes in back with what we were talking about with See Something, Say Something. High schools have all transitioned over to phone numbers now. Those are something that can be programmed in a phone in any form or fashion and texted. They prove their weight in gold with recent events in our district. But it is a double-edged sword, as those tip lines come out, one tip is multiplied and a couple words changed or a couple pieces of information changed, and then we're getting hundreds and hundreds of tips. And so it is all about managing those tips and ensuring that we're acting on those effectively. Detection canine teams, as you know, or as I'm explaining to you, they do more than drugs. Those detection canines do alcohol, they do gunpowder, they do medicines. And so what we're doing with that is also ensuring that they are effective, and we're doing blind testing with them to ensure that they are finding what we're planting, whether it's dope, whether it's ammunition, alcohol. We are doing those tests, especially the benefit of having Clayton Wood from Denton County is he was a former canine handler, so we're using those skills to our advantage. Intruder assessments, as you well know, have been a part of our safety and security audit since I started. Through your wishes and leadership's wishes, we are increasing the frequency of those intruder assessments, working with the campuses to develop a plan and effectively test and try to get into our schools, whether it's through the doors or going through the front office and seeing if they're testing our protocols for staff, parent-teacher meetings, lunch meetings. They get creative, and we like that because that's what we want to test. And then, access control, kind of going back in with the access control system aspect, but it really is working with our campuses. Are we managing the access to our facilities correctly? And as you saw, after these recent events, several of those campuses looked at it and said, you know what, we can tighten it up. And I like that. There is no, unfortunately, in some of our high schools, there is no one-point entry system that can can happen. I mean, it's just not how those schools are built or designed. But what we can do is effectively do a 2 or 3 point entry with shutting down certain entries based on timing. But it's also working with our staff and students, understanding they are part of the safety and security system. They need to be reporting propping. No one should be putting a trash can in the door. No one should be putting paper towels in a door jamb. That's one of the perks that we're looking for with the camera project that y'all have approved and the access control. We want eyes on these doors so we can figure out who's doing it and address it, whether it's a student or a staff. So, with that, be available for questions.
Mr. Garrett, thank you to you and your team for what you are doing to keep our kids safe. I think y'all are doing an outstanding job.
Appreciate it.
With that, does Mr. Miller questions?
Yeah, I would just, this is great, Matt, and appreciate, some activities you guys did on Thursday and on Friday, and really appreciate how things come together. I would just say this, the same thing I told Ms. Cox today. The 9/11 Commission had a really interesting finding, is that America failed to imagine what could have happened. And I think as you go into the meeting with the FBI and the chiefs, if you could guys just give us the confidence that you'll imagine all these potential weak spots, right? And come back with solutions that we might need to partner with the state on, or them on, and I'm not talking about all the big extreme ideas, right? I'm not a fan of the Marshall Program myself, and I know you guys are going to talk about it, but just imagine amongst those professionals and come back with ideas where we might need to partner. One thing I would say is, while he moved some of the campus front offices from year 3 to year 2, there is a mechanism that we could fund using M&O money and get reimbursed in bond money to maybe do some campuses this summer. And I wonder if there was a way under the government code that we would be allowed to do that to get this project going more quickly.
I would refer to probably facility service on some of that matters. The challenge we got, while several of our refresh schools will be impacted by having those items added, several of them will actually have to have time for the architect agencies to be able to develop it. We really have a few layouts that we want to ensure are done right, and they are a challenging layout. So
there's no doubt that from a logistical perspective, I'm going to hear a lot of all these things that have to be done. All I'm asking is, to the extent possible, we find creative ways to see if we could do more now, rather than wait for everything to be done year 2. We may not be able to. But again, this is imagining, right? This is, hey, let's put it on the table, and if it practically can't be done because of government code or whatever, we can't do it. And I'm not asking for you guys to answer it tonight. I'm asking for you guys to go back privately, Dr. Coburn, you, and Dr. Rapp, and Mr. Ball, and look at it. And I'd be willing to do whatever, and I think all of us, we could do to accelerate an allocation of money to do this, if that made sense. You might say this doesn't make sense at this point for whatever reason, and again, I would say that we would defer to you guys.
I'll be happy to look at it.
Thank you.
My only question for tonight is the FBI meeting that you're having. Is this the first time we've ever had anything like that with area ISDs?
That's the first time that I've had a meeting with the FBI and neighboring ISDs. Just last week, I met with my colleagues from several ISDs around to talk about recent events and responses. But that's the first time that in my 5 years here, that we've had a response or a meeting organized by the FBI for us. That being said, since my time, I'm not sure if they had one after Newtown, but so far 5 years, this is the first.
And I'm just going to echo, I have no other questions, but I'm going to echo what Ms. Cox said, because you've really done a great job, and I remember when it was just you.
I do too.
Oh, how you've grown up. You've got this family.
Anyway, it's
Thank
really
you.
been amazing to see and very exciting, and really appreciate all your efforts.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Matt.
I don't really have any questions, just echoing the same thoughts, and I think I remember I wasn't on the board then, but when you came, and I think we were doing facility assessments back then, and it has really grown, and I think it's such an important thing. I think it's something that as a parent with kids still in the school, you say a prayer over them every day as you send them off. Not that you don't in other situations too,
The discussions are being had. High schools for sure, that's an easy decision right there. Middle schools, it can be done. I believe there are some tip lines out there, but we get into some effectiveness questions about, does all the middle schoolers have kids like they do, high schoolers have. But it's definitely an option. Elementary, it goes back to, again, we're receiving information from an elementary age kid who is reporting to a tip line. How effective is that communication going to be, or is it something better to where they can report it to a staff member verbally or through their parent? Those discussions are being had, and I do suspect most likely the middle schools will be transitioning to this system in some form or fashion.
So if we have a tip line for like bullying or schools concerns, so are we going to have two tip lines, one for, or is there just one and you're having to filter it out?
The bullying tip line is actually an online reporting tool, which is still there. If you go to what our communications department did was actually try to put it all on one page and make it a lot more easier to get to. That is completely doable, and if y'all would like to, or if the student would like to report it that way, it is possible. The tip line is just another form of fashion. What we find is the students actually like it a lot better because they like to text, and it's a lot easier than just an anonymous form that you fill out online. To answer your question about how the filter, it is how the campus designs the system. The information's on a phone. Now they've got to figure out and who's going to have the phone, who's going to triage the information and get it to the right people. And so, sometimes, bullying will pop up, and that will go to a guidance and counseling issue. If it is a law enforcement issue, it gets dealt with law enforcement, but the campus administration is kind of the point that connected all.
So with regards to that, so for our tip lines, is it overarching the same systems in place for all of our campuses so that we're consistent with each campuses on how the tip line is being rolled out, how we're communicating that, and how we're following up?
So as this has evolved, just prior to last week, Lewisville actually was using the City of Lewisville system, Tip 411. So we are still kind of making sure that everything's standardized, at least across the high schools at this point. What I would say is that the phone number has now been fixed across. They all have their unique phone number. The communications web pages are all standard now, and the communication role. I think all schools have a high priority of getting this information saved, and I wanted to highlight. We're very lucky. Flower Mound won a national award on their tip line education video. If y'all have never seen Tip Line Bling, it's a good one. And I think that as the initiatives start rolling out, now that Lewisville has the 3 tip lines there, as Hebron's got theirs set up and working, and as we push that out, there's more opportunities for us to highlight that. But I think that it also has to have a campus twist on how they would like to have it look, and the feel and the approach of how they do it. But I think easily the videos are ways to get the kids to save it, whether it's freshman orientation, parent night. We want those parents to save that numbers just as much as we want the students to. The parents have been providing great information to us, and we want to stress that for both audiences. So.
And I get the wanting to create the culture for each unique campus, but I want to make sure that this is, I think based on Florida, I think these tip lines can be a very important tool for our families, and I just want to make sure that we're really being consistent and pushing it across with equity across all of the high school campuses. Each one is really getting a chance to understand this. Parents, students, community all know about that.
We will be glad to work with the campus and communications to ensure that we're trying to saturate them with the information for them to utilize the system.
Okay, thank you.
In that, can I just piggyback on what you're saying? Is there strategically a reason why each campus has their own unique tip line? Can you just talk about that
without going into a whole bunch of the vendors, and there's systems galore with items like this. What we've noticed, and what we drew great responses from, especially with the Flower Mound SROs that started their program out there, was the ability for it to be campus-specific information. If we get into like a system where it was just all-encompassing, it would have to be filtered, and then it becomes, it's not as simple as Flower Mound or Flower Mound 9. With those campuses attached, it really is information that can affect both campuses, or in a lot of ways tie everything together, because the kids are at both campuses talking to each other. So to have a Flower Mound tip line in general, where both high schools are in it, it would be very difficult, especially if they are very vague in their tip. Are we going to be looking at 4 schools, 2 schools? So to have at least the tip line to account for the 9th grade in the main campus, we can at least treat that as one versus the whole city, if that makes any sense.
And I would imagine that would, in time response, could be crucial.
We don't want of course, the tip lines to be used for emergency situations. Right. We always would like to press if it's an emergency, call 911.
But if you don't have to filter which campus that's coming from, like you said.
Yep, and this is kind of a new arena, especially in the LHS feeders, where we're moved away from the 411 tip 411 system. There will be situations where, because those schools are not attached, where they each have their own line, but as these folks are moving between campuses, we have to work through that and get the feel of the situation on that. But I do believe with Flower Mound and Marcus, how they've done their system, it's a very good best practice, and how the other cities and the other campuses are trying to emulate.
So I think what's causing us not to take those if they're best in class and getting them into the other 3 high schools right away? Is it technology or? They're in.
I mean, we all the numbers are in now. That was kind of what we've been working on the last week.
Okay. So all 5 so to the answer to that question, then all 5 are the same?
All 5 high schools, the 9th and 10th grade at Kilo have unique numbers because they are on opposite sides of the town, but the 9th grade centers that are at Hebron, Marcus, and Flower Mound share with the main campus because of the proximity, the attachment, or on the same complex property.
I have a few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
First, for Dr. Rogers, how are we quickly communicating to parents a little bit more information that we're allowed to without spilling everything, because some of these things that we're talking about, I think, would settle some of the nerves. You don't have to answer that now. Second is more of a rhetorical question. Again, how are we going to take what's happened recently and change or alter the design of the new schools to incorporate even more safety ideas, not necessarily structures, but the camera placements? And so how are we going to make sure that we, if we're going to build them, let's build them better?
Would you like a response to that at this time?
No. Because I don't really want to giving away the whole.
I can answer safely if you'd like me to.
What?
I can answer that safely if you'd like me to.
You can answer? Okay, safe.
As we have designed those buildings and worked with facility services and the architect, even before Florida, the layouts that we've had on the last 2, as long as we keep those designs in place, which we have, at least in the recent plans that I've seen, we would be meeting everything that we've been wanting to add in those situations. Camera placements are covered, entryways are covered, the protection levels are covered, access controls covered.
I like
Door sensors are included.
Another.
Yes, those are to the level that we need.
The SRP, thank you for another TLA. You said the students will be trained on these as well? So
the video that the organization has developed and how many school districts are using it, it can be viewed from 3rd grade up, and it's very simple. It's almost like the slide, and it's just the verbal instructions, because with a lockout, it says secure the perimeter. Teachers do this, students do this. It's very simple. In fact, we're at the comfort level. Once we roll that out, that it is something we can provide out, because it is so, it's not in details like we have in the emergency guidebooks today. It's something we can easily provide and feel comfortable knowing that the parents and students and teachers know their actions for each level.
Can we push this out to student devices in the future to when a situation arises, so that they can have, especially in terms of a lockdown or a shelter, something that's more immediate and severe than the lockout?
I would have to coordinate with technology to see if that's a function, but as Mr. Miller said, we can always use the imagination to find the best ways to approach things, and that's definitely an idea.
Well, you took my devices. Sorry, question. It's all right. You're allowed. My question is, we are now doing the IDs on the high schools for those kids. What are we doing about middle and elementary?
It is a mixed bag on elementary and middle. If we could have done it differently, 10 years ago, we would have started in kindergarten, and in 12 years, everybody's been used to carrying an ID and wearing it. But I think right now the mission is to get high schoolers wearing their badges. As you know, it can be a painful process, and then we can discuss and work with our middle schools and leadership to see if that's an option for middle school badges. Elementary, it is, as a parent of an elementary, or actually a pre-K parent, I can tell you how painful that is, finding that every morning. But it is an option, and we can continue to, but you know what, in all honesty, Lily Jackson is very secure, and I appreciate them having those ID badges. So it is an option and a discussion point for us to continue looking at.
Do we have a timeline?
For middle school and elementary, no, ma'am, not at this time. I mean, I do think it's a valid discussion, at least in the middle school. The reason we push high school, of course, is the amount of movement that students are coming and going. If an elementary age student sneaks into an elementary school and they don't belong, that is hard to compute in some forms. But high school is so much more open, and a former graduate can come in and blend in, and that is why the initiative to get high school taken care of first is priority one for us.
Well, BB Owen has a pretty nice program for students, and it also allows them to kind of keep track of them.
Yep. And there are, there's lots of discussions that are happening elsewhere and within the district about how transportation, there could be a function in that form or fashion. There's a lot of ways we can tie this in, and I'm definitely open to that. Of course, I think, like I said, priority one for me right now is at least get those high schools on board and operating with IDs, because that is definitely my goal. But I think as we evolve IDs, it's definitely an option.
Could you talk a little bit about an interlocal operation that takes place? We have some type of situation. One of the things, that's the type of thing, I think given our background, we would quickly give the command of that to the county or the city, right? I assume.
It depends on the situation. I would believe, and again, without knowing the situation, I'm just kind of using my imagination.
Let's say active shooter.
I do believe that it would be almost a unified command system, because depending on the city or the location of what it's at, we own the children, no matter what. Law enforcement owns the scene. Firefighters and paramedics own the patients. I think we can work together, and as we've seen in recent events, thankfully they turned out to be false or did not materialize, but like at Kilo, we had administration, my department, and law enforcement on the back of a hood with a map working on the situation together, and I think those are the situations that you will see in LISD because we work closely with law enforcement and fire department. I've heard the horror stories about, some places don't want anybody except for them, and I just don't see that happening with our public safety agencies.
I think when you talk to the chiefs, and you guys imagine that's something, consideration of tabletop exercises to work that out. I've seen myself, as you know, how the county and local PDs, U.S. Marshals, Texas Rangers come together. There is a command. You give it to some person. Doesn't mean people don't have their role. And so someone has to work with ICE, immigration, anybody else, right? U.S. Marshals. And so it's just that kind of thing that I'm sure you guys will work out. It just can't be everybody's doing kind of their thing and nobody's project managed.
Well, in the Unified Command, it is that. I mean, it is multiple agencies working as one in the Unified Command system.
Right, but somebody's calling the shots.
Well, Unified Command, there's ICS, Incident Command System, and then there's Unified Command. ICS, on a car wreck, it's ICS, and on a fire department response, it's ICS. But as we get into lots of multiple agencies, there's Unified Commanders. But I do see us working together on that.
I trust you'll have it. You guys would meet with the chiefs. I would say this: what bothers me, what I am concerned about is communications. I think I have some concerns about communications the last couple of weeks, and so for me, it's equally as important. I know we own the kids, but what we have is an agency that will go out and do press releases, and there has to be a coordination and a pre-planned effort, like role play before it happens. Who's going to do what and to what venues, right? Because we can't just trust that parents are going to look at their phone and on a tweet, right? We need to call parents, we need to email parents, we need to text message parents. All of that needs to be coordinated as to what will happen in a real incident. And so as you work with the chiefs, maybe we do a piece, they do a piece, but it has to be consistent. Because what we saw recently is a police department send out a press release that was much more detailed than ours. And our communication was less detailed, and so they're saying, wow, Watermelon says that they had a gun. Here, we're saying, parents thought it might have been a pocket knife, and so those things need to be coordinated. And I assume at some point there are tabletop exercises that kind of work this out. Is that true?
There are tabletop exercises that communications is definitely an aspect to it. I can tell you after every event, communications is, even with every city I've worked with, communications is the number one area for improvement every time. And I think we can learn a lot and work with it. But I also know that, the communications channels with law enforcement are open. We do ask for their input. In fact, many times, I don't want to, if you want to speak or anything, but a lot of times we're actually sending them the information beforehand to make sure that we're not releasing anything that they don't want us to release, and vice versa. I can't speak to that one situation that you're referring to, but I do know that there is, PIOs are communicating with us and communications after these events all the time.
And are you coordinating with, Lewisville and the county SWAT and their communications? Are you guys, I assume you are, and are you guys practicing that?
So we do not operate with the county SWAT team. We work with the local police departments and their agencies there.
But they'll call.
They would respond, and regarding the SWAT team, let's say we go into the SWAT conversation, their tactical teams train in our schools, and we partner with them and go out to those locations occasionally to work with them. We will continue to build those capabilities for sure, but I also, SWAT team talks to SWAT team, kind of, those team commanders are working together on that, and the SWAT team's not really the information source at hand. It's going to be their PIO, and as long as our PIO and their PIO are talking to the best of their abilities, we will have a uniform message and work together on that, because I do think that we do want to provide quick and correct information, and that's the most important thing, is that it's correct.
Yeah, I'm simply saying that that's a good table exercise to me, right?
Yes, sir.
Where you've got these groups working, and at the same time in that tabletop exercise, comms is working, because you also have agencies that are slipping information out to their PIOs.
I would be more than happy to bring that up to the chiefs and actually set up a communications tabletop with any jurisdiction that's willing.
Thank you.
And Matt, would it be fair to say, first off, I don't know of any time when we're working with police or whatever that if there's a statement, we do coordinate that. Would it be fair to say, though, and this to either of y'all, that there are times that the police can share something that we can't?
I think it's fair to say that most times the police can share a lot more than we can because of FERPA, and previously sometimes we will actually put in our release that we put out, we cannot share as much information. If you have, you can visit the police website for more detailed information, and that may not apply to everything that Mr. Miller is talking about, but we are very limited, and normally in those situations, Jeff and I work together to make sure that we're not saying something that we shouldn't as far as FERPA goes. And we also work closely with the police to make sure, as Matt said, that we don't release something that they're not ready for us to say yet. And I think that is what happens a lot of times. We try to get information out as quickly as possible, but by putting it out quickly, there's very little we can say at that point because it's still an ongoing investigation. And I think that's the balance that we try to strike with. We try to get information out quickly, but we know the faster we get it out, the less we're going to be able to say at that point.
Here's what I just learned in that, Kevin. Here's what I just learned in that, right? So I think all those things you said, Amanda, are probably true. Here's what I just learned. We don't really know because we've not done an exercise with them. If the city is sending out information that is more information than we do because we're held to a different standard, it would seem to me that a conversation with Chief Conkle and Chief Kerbo and our comms department, working that out ahead of time. Hey, when we send something out, we don't want to create confusion because they go see the police website and they may see more of this. It should be the same thing. We should go in with an agreement. The interlocal agreement would say, hey, we communicate. Remember, we're communicating about kids. So we're going to go to the most strict environment, which is the school district. And so please, PDs, don't communicate anything more than that. I think that's what we work out ahead of time.
Yeah, I don't think, I get what you're saying, Mr. Miller. I don't think that they'll agree to that. I mean, I can think to one of the situations that happened recently in Flower Mountain. Actually, we waited on the police. They were willing to release a certain statement, and then later they changed what they were willing to release. So I don't think they're going to capitulate to our tougher standards, but we'll certainly have the discussion.
What I'm suggesting, Dr. Rogers, that we have that discussion before an event. At an event like that, when we're at an event and there's some disagreement as to what happens, that's one thing. It's having this discussion before you get to the event, so we know that we've got SOPs and we've got muscle memory. Hey, this is what we agreed to, guys. We're doing this announcement. Flomo, you can't do anything worse. That's our agreement, right? Matt, it's in writing. That can be worked out, so that's seamless when we get there.
We'll have the discussion with the chiefs. I'll be surprised if they'll put that in writing, but we'll have the discussion with the chiefs.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Garrett. Very much
Ms.
appreciated.
Cox,
Thank you, Matt.
Would it be appropriate if I asked the board a question related to the project timeline? There's been 2 trustees who've mentioned the desire to move those security projects up. The question I would have, is there any appetite that the board would have to work to having some of that work done during the school year? Because that would enable us, that gives us a wider window to do the work. So doing it this summer versus being able to
We should move as fast as we can,
endure a little
and if it means some
disruption during the school year.
I
inconvenience.
think it depends on what it is. I mean,
Right.
I don't think that
I'm with
anybody.
Ms. Sheffield. I think it's a case by
If there's
case.
ways to do it, then I don't think, I wouldn't be opposed to that.
And we had talked about that as, first off, our goal is to certainly finish it as soon as possible and go against some of our norms and try to get it done, which means there's going to be an inconvenience, but it's an inconvenience well worth, the issues.
I would also just agree. I want to make sure that in the inconvenience, while we have students in those, I don't want to create an opportunity for there to be greater access to our children because we're trying to hurry up and get it done. I want to make sure, because children in the building, that we're not rerouting them into a place that could create more danger potentially.
That would be my caveat.
Mine too.
So I think it'll depend on what it is, Mr. Ball. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Garrett.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Coburn, you're up. On school start times.
And while Dr. Coburn's getting ready for this, I do want to let the board know we will have this as a discussion item also on March 19th. So this isn't the only time you're going to see this.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Cox, members of the board. Back on June 12th, 2017, you were presented an information item on school start times for the 2017-18 school year, and it came with a promise to revisit the subject and gain some community input. And we have done that, and the purpose of this presentation is to update you on the progress and some recommendations during that time. I like to put that in there because I like to make sure that we remember what it is that we are about. And we did discuss this every time we got together. At the very beginning of the meeting, we went over the cornerstones and what that was all about. Some important pieces of information that we shared with the committee and just pieces that might help guide you in your own thinking as we go through this. Bus ridership and breakfast, 2 things that have a lot to do with when and how you can start school, and therefore when you can end school. We transport over 9,000 students per day each way to and from school, a few more from school than to school. And that does not include our special education routes, our routes to and from the career centers, and our triad buses that are running all day long. So big business in bus ridership for us. Nearly 17,000 Lewisville ISD students are eligible for free and reduced lunch, or free and reduced breakfast and lunch, of course, but that includes breakfast at our high volume campuses, and obviously campuses that have a higher percentage of low socioeconomic status students have a higher percentage of those students who are getting those meals at school. It can take 20 to 25 minutes to serve students breakfast, and I'm here to tell you, if you haven't seen breakfast at an elementary school, that is an operation in efficiency like no other, to get those kiddos in and get them eating so that we can maximize instructional minutes. A little historical review. In the 2016-17 school year, our school times were, as you see above there, 7:45 to 3 for elementary school, 8:10 to 3:25 for high school, and 8:45 to 4 p.m. for middle school, which looks really good on paper because we don't have to go quite as late into the day as we did this year. The issue is the window of time between the tiers of starting. That 25-minute window between elementary and high school was creating a situation where you would just continue to run farther and farther behind. Think of it as your typical day with your favorite airline at your favorite airport, where, if weather's bad somewhere, it just continues to get worse and worse and worse. And so what was happening was some of our longer routes, and always you're dealing in average route times, but also you're driven by your longest route times. If you think of a route that is 27 to 31 minutes long, absent loading or unloading time for students in a 25-minute tier, makes it very difficult to start school on time. If you catch all the greens, I suppose maybe you can make it. And so what was happening, by the time we got to middle school, it was really difficult to have a first period that was without interruption to the instructional day and protecting those instructional minutes. So we got together in the spring of 2017. We talked about the problem as a large group of principals, and then we put a smaller group together of volunteers, and we really worked this thing through as best we could and came up with the times that we have this year, which are what you see before you here. Just a little reminder: 7:45 to 2:55 at the elementary level, 8:20 to 3:35 at high school, and 9 o'clock to 4:15 at the middle school. The big difference was we backed up that high school time, which has taken care of the late bus issue, particularly in the morning. In the afternoon, we still do have some students that have to wait a few minutes before their bus gets there after school. That's one of the considerations that will be talked about here a little bit farther down the road. But certainly in terms of valuing all 430 minutes at the elementary school and all 435 minutes at the middle and high school in that instructional day, the information that has come from our campuses is that we're doing a much better job, and they are able to begin their school day in a much more orderly fashion. So the committee, you don't really need that slide. It just said the school start times committee, so we'll move on. There were 44 invitations accepted from 55 that were sent out. I do need to apologize. In your item, it says 65. The spell check does not check for my 10 key errors. It only checks for my spelling errors. We sent 55 invitations out. The 11 not represented in the committee makeup are 11 additional parent invitations that were sent out. We had a Google Doc spreadsheet that went out from Community Services at the beginning of the year, a call for volunteers, and we selected our volunteers from that group, people that said we're interested in serving in various committees, and we put another call out, sent 18 invitations to parents based on the information that we had been given, with folks saying they were interested in serving on a committee, and from that we had 7 accept. Parent employee, that is an employee who's also a parent in Lewisville ISD. Those were very concerned folks because they were thinking about getting all the students to school on time, as well as the little students that they care about the most because they live at their houses. We then also just had some teachers, local law enforcement and safety officials. I feel really badly for those guys. Our last meeting we postponed by a week because we had some really bad weather on February 21st. All those guys had taken the day off to come to the meeting. So unfortunately their attendance was not happening at our last meeting, but some of them did give some input into Mr. Garrett. We had some principals representing every level, district administration representing everybody who gets affected by when school begins and ends. You think in terms of school nutrition, buses, custodial services, everything. Obviously our assistant chiefs of schools were very actively involved as well, trying to speak for the more global sense that they get. And then Micah Brassfield gets her own special line there because she was the star of the show most of the time when we met, with the information that she was able to provide. A review of the meetings. We met in November, January, and February. The first meeting was the one where everybody wanted to know, how did we end up where we ended up? And so we answered some of those obvious questions like, well, why can't we just have everybody start at about 8:10? Because that would be really nice. And so we talked about buses and bus drivers and the logistics of a 3-tiered system. We ended with a group exercise that we called I Wonder, and then we introduced some of our folks who weren't already familiar with the Google Doc. And so we now have a very Google Doc affluent group from the School Start Times Committee. Because they brought their wonderings into the Google Doc, we came back and answered those wonderings at the January meeting after they had had a chance to kind of ponder what some of their questions were. We then did the first kind of go at actually putting together what might some school start times look like. We had 6 groups that got together. They put 6 large sheets up here, and they poked holes in one another's school start time plans about what might be good and what might not be good. Then they had some more Google Doc homework. We wanted to create a survey, which they did, and we'll talk about the results and some of the findings from there here in just a moment. And then we examined school start times from some like districts, which was a fascinating exercise. We looked at districts that cover lots of square mileage in densely populated areas in major metropolitan areas. Does that all sound familiar? Like us. We used some of our friends here in DFW, as well as some folks like Katy, Fort Bend, Northwest ISD in San Antonio, Round Rock ISD, people that look a lot like us. And you had every measure of things happening. High schools that started first, high schools that started second, high schools that started last, 3-tiered systems, 2-tiered systems. There was a lot of talk about the 2-tier system where students in grades 6 through 12 can ride the bus together. And we'll talk about that here with the survey results in just a moment, about what our community thought of that idea, but it did give some rise to some great conversations. I also reached out to some of our colleagues, Grand Prairie, Arlington, Frisco, Plano, some of my counterparts, as they talked about some of the things that they do. Frisco, Plano, high school starts last. Grand Prairie, Arlington, high school starts first. Nobody's got the perfect one figured out yet. We definitely all came to consensus, my counterparts and me, on that. And then here just last week, we did a survey analysis. We reviewed those conversations that we had with our neighbors. We went through a consensus building exercise in which we started out in small table groups, and a small table group would come to consensus on something they felt like they could live with. They'd raise their hand, they'd join up with another group, they would share their ideas, try to reach a consensus until we had the entire room sitting around the table together, saying, is this what we feel like is the best thing to bring forward? And then they brought some recommendations. I do want to share with you some survey highlights because I think that that's pretty important, and certainly the committee thought it was, as did leadership team when it was shared with them the week prior. We did have more than 13,000 in the parent/employee responses. Of those 13,000, 9,500 were parents, about 2,900 employees, and about 700 folks that are both. They are both parents and employees. That group that is got a real vested interest in this. 52% expressed being concerned or highly concerned about 6th through 12th graders sharing a bus. 17% were neutral on the subject. I am going to assume that those 17% included that group that said, my children do not ride a bus. So our spread between concerned and not concerned about 6 through 12 was 21 points, which we thought was a pretty significant result and worthy of sharing with you. As we discussed all the possibilities, we certainly wanted to see about our students that reported having a job. Only 7% of students in grades 10 and 11 reported having a job. What's interesting is if you had added the middle school kids, you got 11%. I think some of them feel like doing the dishes maybe when they get home as a job. Not really sure where that data came from, but I thought it was kind of funny. Almost 70% of our students are car riders. Most arrived to campus within 30 minutes of the start of first period. This was a question that we asked very intentionally because we do know that we have a lot of middle school students. Frankly, what's happening, we drop off the elementary child and then we drop off the middle school child, and the middle school child is showing up significantly before school starts. And we wanted to see if we could get a sense of what the real numbers were on that. Interestingly, the students and the parents answered almost the exact same percentages on that question. So there was not a disconnect between what people thought about the degree and when they come to school. And then the last one was not surprising to us. School start preferences tended to follow a normal curve. We gave them options 1 through 6. What kind of time frame do you think you would like for when school would begin? everybody likes those times right around 8 o'clock, 8:15. As you get into earlier times and you get into later times, you start to see fewer and fewer people that like that. What was interesting was that the most polarizing time was the earliest time. If you ask people who wants to start at 7:30, that's either their first choice or their last choice, but very few in between. I think that spoke more to sleep patterns than anything else for somebody. So having looked at all of this and gotten all the information about when the tiers of buses need to run and loading times and unloading times and breakfast times, the committee recommended continuing to use a 3-tiered system and continuing to use the order which is being used now, elementary first, followed by high school and middle school. One of the big pieces involved in that discussion, I will tell you, elementary first happened very quickly, and most of the conversation centered around middle and high school, what goes second, what goes third, advantages and disadvantages of both. As we continued to focus on valuing instructional minutes, one of the things that came up was that in middle school, we control what happens with our after-school activities. We control when basketball games begin. We control when concerts begin. We have a lot of control, whereas when you're as part of a UIL district in the high school level, you got to play nice with your neighbors sometimes and don't always have that level of control over being able to protect that instructional time. To say nothing of the fact that trying to schedule to maximize athletics at the beginning or end of the day much more difficult at the high school level than the middle school level. But the committee felt like having those 3 tiers, we had to make sure we allowed the buses time to run their routes and feed the students without disrupting the start of school. And the committee did bring to us a directive, I think you would call it, but certainly a strong recommendation to look for ways to provide more before-school structures for our middle school students who are dropped off early. Lots of rich conversation around that. More tutorials, staggering employee times, 0 hours. We've already begun having some of those conversations with our middle schools. We've got a variety of different things, a mix of those things happening at our schools with varying degrees of success. And we want to find the best ones and make sure that we could bring those and have them become a little bit more systemic across the district. So here's an example and kind of seeing what it looks like at 435 minutes per day. I put that up there because, as you may recall from Dr. Bonner's work leading the calendar committee, our 75,600 minutes is based on a 435-minute day for our elementary, middle, and high school students, which allows us the ability to get those bad weather days in, have school start when you want it to start, in when you want it to end. All of the calendar considerations were based on that 435-minute day. So you see what we tried to show you when the buses would need to arrive, when school would start and end, a little more time to feed elementary, a little less time to feed high school and middle school students. And we talked about just considerations for route efficiency. You know, it's about minimizing the time students are on a bus. It's about making sure, and that's a resource stewardship thing, but that's also just a being engaged with the student experience thing for our students and making sure that they're on that bus the smallest amount of time possible, that we're able to maximize when a route may leave Campus A and go to Campus B and what route it may run for Campus B after it's done Campus A in order to take a longer elementary route, convert it into a shorter high school route, vice versa, so that we can keep the trains running on time. And at this time, I will take any, hang on. I knew I had one more. There you go. So now considerations for the Board of Trustees. As I said, we brought this to you as an information item last June. It is not an item for which action is required. I will tell you that if there were to be any sort of large changes, Mr. Garrett and our friends at our multiple municipalities have said if we don't know by April, it becomes very difficult to do things like school zone adjustments and things of that nature, which is one of the reasons we wanted to make sure and bring this to you no later than March. We do have it on the agenda as a March 19th discussion item. If you have any questions, want anything reviewed or looked at again, we certainly have a little bit of time to do that again. And at this time, I'll take any questions you may have.
Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Sheffield?
I don't have any questions.
Sells? Mish? Hassett?
Really quick, is this the one that you're requesting, the one that won't have the need for additional crossing guards because of it's very similar to the current?
Yes, ma'am.
Just couldn't remember. That's all.
You'll see all my questions in board book.
question. So, to me, my big concern, especially having a middle school kid, and I have to be at work at a certain time, that's my big concern. Driving up and I see kids sitting there at 7:30, that to me is a safety issue. And so what time are these schools going to be open? Are you proposing?
Every one of our middle schools is opening their doors by 7:45.
Right.
And they are all putting provisions in place to try to have somebody there to get in before. The official time is that we're opening those doors no later than 7:45 a.m. But I do know, in just talking with our middle schools, when we know we have a particularly cold day coming, somebody gets there early, we open those doors, try to just get those kiddos in and get them taken care of. 7:45, the hope was you're dropping off your elementary child first, you're getting them to school on time, we can get those doors open by 7:45. There's not a wait time there for those students, but certainly we do have students that are out there at 7:30. We have elementary students, unfortunately, they're always waiting for us when we get there, and we have high school students that are out very early as well. All we do now is this is a communication thing, try to educate the parents, let them know this is when we're going to open those doors, and please try to make sure that you get them there during those times so that we can make sure they're safe.
Free donuts if they have to wait more than 25 minutes.
Provided by Mr. Miller.
I think there'll be no problem.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, last but not least,
Please.
Mr. Colvin,
All right.
Technology.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. You have a large packet that I put in your folder. Thank you, Dr. This will follow along. Pardon?
Are we having, is everyone use a slide?
Let me jump in real
Sure,
quick.
go ahead.
We're going to go through a lot of these slides quickly.
Promise?
Yes,
Okay.
I promise on our part.
Because I've seen some of these slides like 3 or 4 times.
You've seen them, and so Mr. Kobeck's not going to spend a lot of time on those that you've seen.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
That's a good question. There is new information in here, so we're going to try to get to that.
So get
new
started.
Not new information.
So here we go. Just to reference too, I do have devices that were used for the device evaluation on that table. So if you want the devices over to you, we can certainly bring them over. And then also binders are up in front as well. Just to start off, as I said last month when we talked about this has been a very collaborative process. Our department has worked very closely with learning and teaching, assessment as well, calculating the results of our survey data, digital learning, and certainly within the technology department, our technical services group. So I think before we jump in too far, I know Michelle has been in front of the board several times, and I know members of the technology committee have met Ms. Sons, but this is Dana Sons. Dana is our Director of Technical Services. So as we look at the deployment plans, as we get into that part, Dana's worked closely on those items. What we're going to do, I'm trying to break this down into 2 different areas. And this really represents what was in the bond project list. We have 2 different pockets of technology that needs to be replaced. One is in the area of instructional learning devices. That would be the student and staff devices, as well as our Mac, our Apple shared carts. And then we have what we call program specific. I don't know if we could have used a longer set of words, but how you see it there is how it was referred to as the section as it was presented to the Facility Advisory Committee. And the program specific is basically everything else. So it'd be computers in our programs like career and tech ed, or tech ed at a middle school, or business ed, could be journalism, things outside of devices that are used in our one-to-one. So where we're going to start is we're going to start with our one-to-one instructional learning devices. And we have a really great video that provides some feedback. I know last month we provided a timeline about the device evaluation process. This video, I think, captures basically the process, as well as gives you a chance to see visually how some of the devices were used with students as part of Phase 2. If you could play the video, please.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the technology plan
In June 2016, the LISD Technology Plan was presented and approved by the Board of Trustees. That summer, Phase 1 of the Device Evaluation Committee began. LISD brought in 3 vendor platforms, Apple, Google, and Microsoft. During this 4-day event, 48 LISD teachers, in addition to technologists and members of the digital learning team, listened to presentations from each vendor to better understand what each platform could provide to the district to enhance the user and instructor experience. During the last day and a half, participants had the opportunity to complete grade-level specific task cards that were aligned to the Texas Technology Application, TEACS. A wide range of teachers spanning through pre-K through high school, representing all LISD feeder patterns, completed these tasks using the device from the 3 platforms, and then ranked which device best met the needs of the learner. At the end of the 4 days, the devices recommended by the committee were the iPad and MacBook Air. It was instrumental to validate the original conclusions from Phase 1 in the classroom with our students. Phase 2 began at the start of this school year. 2 devices were piloted in elementary and middle school, the iPad 9.7 and the iPad Pro 10.5. Both devices were paired with an integrated keyboard and a protective case. These same 2 devices were piloted in high school with the addition of a MacBook Air 13-inch. 19 teachers and 464 students across 15 LISD campuses participated in this one-of-a-kind experience. Devices were piloted for 2-week durations. After each pilot, participating students, teachers, and parents received a survey to provide technology and digital learning instrumental feedback on the functionality and learning that was enhanced through the piloted devices. Throughout the pilot, our goal was to receive feedback on how keyboards, stylus, and the overall device improve student learning and student experience. Teachers and students shared that having a physical keyboard is vital while using a mobile device.
I think the biggest differences between the devices that we piloted and the device that we currently have is that obviously the keyboard makes a huge difference. My students were able to produce more products more quickly at a much more efficient speed and pace. Having access to the keyboard readily right there without having to go and check out a Mac Air book made it easy for them to do all the writing things that they needed to do, as well as just feel confident in what they were producing.
The functionality of the keyboard allowed the students to actually complete it and be more productive. Instead of pecking at the keyboard, they were able to use their typing skills and work on those typing skills and fully understand and get into the assignment without worrying about the actual screen of the iPad.
You can type essays, just anything faster. You get the work done quicker instead of on-screen keyboard like the ones on our devices now, it takes up less space. You don't have to pull down the keyboard, then go out, then pull up the keyboard in order to type. You just tap, 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 and everything just works much better.
Because on the iPad I have now, you have to type on the screen. It's harder to do it because you have to keep moving your hand back and forth, but with the keyboard, you can see the letters and type it easily.
Students also shared how the devices they piloted helped them complete their homework.
And the keyboards really helped me do my schoolwork because the typing on the screen with our normal iPads are really slow, but the devices we piloted were a lot faster and the keyboard functioned well.
I feel like the iPad Pro really had a ton of features that were different from my iPad because it included the Apple Pencil and it had the keyboard, and I just felt that made it a lot easier to complete my homework assignments and take notes.
I type way faster on the keyboard and it'll get my work done way faster, but if I use the screen keyboard is very slow and it'll glitch sometimes, so the keyboard that you physically use with your fingers is way better.
Students indicated several benefits of the Apple Pencil. For example, why in math, high school students felt the iPad Pro in conjunction with the Apple Pencil allowed them to communicate and notate mathematical language within their learning.
The stylus at first I was like, hey, look, the computer is just fine. Or I didn't really use much stylus in my first semester when we were devising these or piloting these. The more I think about it, I'm like, oh, I'm taking notes in geometry by hand, and I need to use like an app called Notability to take notes. So now I need to use a stylus.
And then with the iPad Pencil, it was seamless. It was like they had it forever, and it just the happiness between those two devices was obvious. That the room, the students, everybody liked the Pro functionality, weight, usability, everything quite a bit more.
Many students in our pilot have had the same device for more than 5 years. Being responsible and having a voice in this process is something our pilot students and teachers value.
I think it was really special because we've used the iPads that we're using right now for a couple of years, and we never got to really test out new iPads and devices, and these devices were truly unique, and I think I like these better than the ones we have now.
Thank you for letting us do this. I mean, it's a very important thing to have us as the students who are going to be using the devices to be the ones to pilot it.
I'd really like to say thank you for the school board for giving us this opportunity to test all these out and see how they have an effect on our learning.
I just want to say thank you to the school board, really, our technology department, my administration for choosing my class to do this program with this technology. I love technology. I think it's great. I think putting it in the hands of the students is even better.
I was happy that we got to test out these iPads, and I'm happy that we got to give our thoughts on how we thought they were.
They truly felt pride in this process. They truly felt that they have a voice in this.
We have been given such an incredible opportunity with these new devices. They're extremely powerful, extremely fast, and the world is moving faster than ever. And these devices allow us to keep up with the world.
I'm really happy that my school board is doing this and taking the time to go throughout all the schools, make sure everyone or every classes, different classes for that matter, you have your science, math, and ELA classes, because they all do different subjects. And I know for sure that my math class takes different notes, on an iPad writing, than it does in my ELA class. So you also have to take that into account, and I'm really happy that they did. I also think it's really cool that especially my class got to do that, and I just think I was like, oh look, I get to be chosen, I'm going to have a say into this. How cool is that?
All right, that was a great video. I think when I saw it for the first time and saw some of the footage, it really showed how the kids were using the devices in the class. We also had, as part of our device evaluation, we had a couple different Zoom meetings, and students participated in those Zoom meetings and were really articulate about what they liked or didn't like about a certain platform. So I thought the students were really, really great in this whole process. Certainly we got a lot of feedback on the surveys, and everybody on the board has gotten an executive summary on the device evaluation data. And as we broke down the data, we saw really two different decision points, one of them being middle school and elementary. And I know you've seen this before, so just to kind of grab the big topics, the feedback at the elementary and middle school level is the 9.7 and 10.5 were both easy to use. They both really met the learning needs. They work with the digital tools. Certainly, you could even see from the video, the keyboard is a critical part. The feedback was very positive for the keyboards across both platforms. Durability was a concern with the keyboards, and we'll address maybe how to get at that durability as we get into the deployment plans. As I said on the decision point, what we put together, and each of you have seen this, is this decision tree. So basically at the elementary and middle school level, what we're really looking at is, was an iPad easily utilized for that learning device? And as we work through the decision tree process, our surveys from our device evaluation phase 1 data from our teachers said that it would be. So as the video indicated, part of what we were doing in phase 2 is validating that with kids in the classroom during a period of time. As we work through that process, the first question, did the iPad work well with instructional resources? Yes. Our surveys indicated that. Really, and if that was in the area of no, we're probably right back to doing another evaluation. So I think this process validated it, and really the question or decision point is, well, which device? And when we look at which device, we're really looking at a couple things specific to the device and life cycle. A couple pieces I want to point out. I know that's extremely small, but you have it in your paper. On the 9.7, there's a storage difference. The 9.7, which is the one in that blue case, that has 128 gig of storage. This says MB, but it should be gig. That case has a 3-year warranty. We do expect the repair cost for that device to be less. However, when you really look at the age of the iPads, that technology is about 1 year old already today. It's really one full version back on its processor. Okay, on the 10.5 Pro, let me go back. On the 9.7, the other piece is what we were looking at. Because of that age of the technology, it does come in at a cheaper price point as well. So we were looking at the life cycle of that really being on a 4-year life cycle, so that we know it could be updatable. On the 10.5, because it's the latest and greatest, fastest processor, that we see is something that we could successfully use over a 5-year period. That said, we do expect the repair costs, and we did have a couple repairs during the evaluation. The parts on the 10.5 are expensive. It's new, but we do expect that to go down. So as we go into the high school area, one of the questions on the survey was, do you use your iPad that was issued to you for the last couple of years? And out of the high school students that responded, that was consistently over 70% in each round. So that's the iPad that they currently have already. We asked a question about do they have their own device? And at the high school, 86% of the students at the high school said they do. Their response is that it's a cell phone. So is that a cell phone with a smart data plan or not, or is it a smartphone? That we're not sure. That number falls off as you look at an iPad. 38% of the high school kids indicate that they have an iPad, and 50% say they have access to a laptop. That access could be a laptop in the household, it could be mom and dad's, it could be something shared. We're not sure if they have access to bring that into the school. So our student conclusions at the high school level, as you can see in the video where our high school students responded, the 10.5 was most well received. The 10.5 Pro, it did have more functionality, especially when you talk about the speed. It's a faster device, it's lighter. The stylus, as you can see, that particular stylus, the pencil works with that device. It does not work with the 9.7. Our survey data also talked about size and bulk and weight. The combination of the 10.5 with the keyboard and case is lighter than the 9.7, and also the screen size is slightly bigger. An interesting point on this slide right here is 92% of the high school students indicated having a keyboard for the 10.5 was valuable, which, interesting enough, scored 1.6% higher than the survey responses for the MacBook laptop, which I think from our perspective, we really expected that the MacBook to score well as it related to having a keyboard. But from the students' perspective, they actually scored the iPad 10.5 better. Also, on our open-ended responses down here, students did recognize that a MacBook does not have dual-facing cameras. It does not have touch. They would lose the ability to annotate. And certainly with the number of years that we've been using iPads in the iOS platform, they would lose access to certain apps that they currently have on their iPads. Teacher conclusions, there's going to be some similarities. Again, teachers felt all three devices were good devices, that they could meet the learning experiences aligned to their subject and grade level and the TEKS that they're going to cover. How the MacBook or the laptop matched up for digital resources, that fell off a little bit to 83%. Again, the 10.5 keyboard was the best received out of all of them. There were concerns about durability, and the teachers also indicated that students would lose access to certain features such as touch, cameras, and apps. On the parent conclusion, this was a small sample size, but when the students that did bring the device home and parents completed the survey, 82% of the parents said the students used the devices daily or every other day when they brought them home. Again, feedback regarding durability, the weight size of let's say a MacBook or even the 9.7 iPad, and bulk were concerned from the parent survey. So as we look at the high school decision tree, this is really a different set of questions. What we were trying to discern at this point was really about a laptop versus an iPad. So what I'm going to do is we did in our group meetings, I'm going to start over here on the laptop side. So on the first part, was the device easily utilized for learning experiences? Yes, our survey data suggested that. Did the device work well with instructional resources? We do have a yes in that category as well. Where am I here? However, it did fall off compared to the iPad. Were multiple screen and PDF editing viewing important? Not a great theme, but students did comment on that. One of the unique pieces on a MacBook that we found from student responses is a MacBook comes with preview, so the ability to edit and modify PDFs was a better experience on a MacBook, where an iPad really doesn't have a good solution to that, or merging PDFs. But it was an area that we got feedback on. Did students use the iLife? Let me back up. Were the uses of the laptop primarily OS specific? Did it require it to be a Mac? So the one area that I just talked about was PDF editing was one that stood out. A lot of the other responses were really around keyboard, multitasking, multiple windows. So there wasn't a lot there. We knew the Mac comes with very powerful editing tools like iLife. So we asked, did the students use iLife Suite for all learning? There were students that referenced that. They used that for projects, but it wasn't a really strong response specifically from the students. Also, did students indicate the iLife Suite and other features of the MacBook were needed? Again, it wasn't that strong. And if we go down the yes category, if we follow that yes, I think it's a little light. Many of that you could chalk up to say no, because there's features of what might be specific to the laptop and also the Mac OS side on the iPad. And if we go that route, our next question is really more about the keyboard. And was the keyboard feature important? Yes, it was. That came across on every level of survey. And then, did an iPad keyboard mirror the functionality of a laptop? And in this case, it did. In fact, as I said earlier, it actually scored better from the student perspective than the laptop. So if we follow that flow, then it's going to bring us back over to the iPad side. So at the top, on the iPad side, we look at, was the device easily utilized? Yes. Did the device work well with instructional resources? Yes. Portability was a theme. Was the device portable? Yes. Were apps, video capture, front and rear facing camera important? Yes. Were touch, annotation, stylus utilized important for learning? Yes. And where that follows us through the decision making is right over here. And this was a question on the survey that I thought was a big one. It was specifically to the students. And did students indicate they would use an iPad more than a laptop? And the responses on that was 61% of the students said yes, 39% said no. So if we follow that piece back down, then the question is, does the keyboard case, stylus, and performance make a difference, specifically at the high school? If you're in the yes category, it points you into the 10.5 device. If it's a no, it's probably more in the 9.7 area. So what we ended up doing is we developed different deployment plans, and some of this is going to be new information. This first option is what we call option 1. It's really a 9.7-inch iPad across the board. A couple big pieces there. Just to point out, we would have shared devices in PK through 3, and then we would use that device in our 1-to-1 in grades 4 through 12. On the issue about keyboards and durabilities and cases, even outside of the 1-to-1, I shared this in our small group meetings, the case issue has been one of the bigger issues that I've heard from parents directly on our current program. So we felt we had to address that in a certain way. So this would allow for a 70% keyboard replacement refresh after year 2. Also, with the 9.7, the idea would be, because it's already, technology-wise a year older, we would replace that after it was 4 years old. The pros for this one, the device could be refreshed more frequently. The replacement cost for repair would likely be lower. Again, in a shared environment, the larger hard drive we see is a really good option for PK3. Each of these iPads allow you to use them in a shared mode. Our current devices don't allow that. And again, the case is more rugged. The cons in this case, the device is not as well received as the 10.5. The keyboard is mechanical, where the iPad Pro is touch. 9.7 case is bulky and heavy. I already talked about the age of the processor and labor resources on the 4-year refresh. We would have to do that refresh more frequently, and it's more labor intensive. That said, if you look at option 1 estimates at this point, you're at $47,471,000, and that's over a 5-year period. And I'll try to pull this together in a later slide where you can see each of these options, how it fits. The budgeted amount for the instructional learning devices that was presented to the Facility Advisory Committee was $48,220,718. So this project would come in under budget at $749,718.
So, Mr. Kobeck, I'm going to jump in for a minute. First off, I appreciate all the work that the board, has done, starting with the Board Technology Committee for months this year, and then, of course, last week, the individual meetings that we had with trustees going through all this information. So, I'm hoping that we can start to eliminate some of these deployment options, and option 1 was one that I did not hear a lot of really, that the board didn't voice a lot of enthusiasm about. Is that still the case, that we could sort of...
Well, at least, I don't know if Tricia has a different perspective. The thing about the 100, this is 100% or 9.7s.
Yes.
That's right.
The disadvantage is what you gave them to use it in was a big, bulky brick. There are other forms of cases that aren't as bulky. I would not carry that case, and therefore I wouldn't ask a 3rd grader to do it, or a high schooler. And if it's predicated on the case and you're not going to unbundle that and give us another case option, I just think we're going to get to this later. A lot of them are going to sit dead most of the year, so those would definitely not get used.
Yeah.
But again, I want to be clear. We tested with a big, bulky case.
Well, we tested with the only 2 cases that are available that have a built-in charger with the keyboard at this time. Now, as we discussed last week, we certainly believe the case providers are going to step up, and we certainly understand. But at this time, that's the only 2 cases available.
Well, there are more cases available.
There's cases
as it relates to that function you want to draw off of there.
That's right.
There are other keyboard cases. Tricia used to have one that you just have a USB and you charge it.
No, that's absolutely right, Mr. Miller. What we had discussed with the board was the less moving parts and pieces, the better it was at this time. But you're right. There's other cases. There's probably hundreds of other cases. But with what we were looking for, where they were charging and connecting all as one piece, that's the only 2, I think. And I think Mr. Kobeck stated, every time we have a conversation with the vendors, we ask, okay, are there new ones out there? So, and we believe there will be. Did I get that right?
You got it right.
Okay.
That was what was available to make sure that it was powered through the iPad itself.
Yeah.
But I think what Dr. Rogers is asking the board is option 1 here, regardless of the case, whatever is, thoughts on the 1-to-1. For grades 4 through 7, and then the class options. Do we want to leave option 1 on the table?
No, it doesn't reflect the survey results from high school.
Okay, so that's what we need to know, so we can kind of start eliminating. So option 1, let's move on.
Okay, Mr. Kobeck, talk briefly about option 2 and option 2A.
So option 2 is what you saw during the meetings. It's basically very similar information as what you saw in option 1. The change is that the 9.7 would be deployed in grades PK through 7, and then the 10.5 would be deployed in 8th grade through 12th grade. And the thought process on that was that if you're going to use the device for 5 years, you could onboard it with an 8th grader and then basically have that device follow the student all the way through and refresh it. A little bit different from the 9.7 all is that because you'd use it for that extra year, there's an allowance in there for about an 85% keyboard replacement after the 3rd year. The cons with the 10.5 is currently the repair cost would be higher based upon the cost of the glass. This particular option does come in under budget as well, just over $1.2 million. During our meetings about the various options, one of the questions came up was, well, what would it look like if you actually just kept the 10.5 at the high school only and did the 9.7 all the way through? So the next one is actually what we're calling 2A. So this would be new information for you. But in this model, we'd basically be doing the 9.7 in grades PK through 8, and then the 10.5 in grades 9 through 12. So the reasons, the pros and cons are basically the same. The one caveat I put on here is that right here, establishing a collection deployment rotation that does not impact learning could be a challenge. And what I mean by that is you'd basically have to collect the senior iPads like we do currently, and then you turn those around and get them to freshmen, but you try to do that in a way that it's least disruptive. So perhaps we could do a collection in the spring, get them wiped, get them imaged, and get them deployed to freshmen so that either maybe even before they leave at the end of the year, if they're in good standing with their paperwork and fees, they could get that device. Or we'd be trying to actually do that in the fall, and I think with having to onboard a 4th grade level, it would be very difficult timing-wise. And the one challenge with that is, as we've talked about in our groups, is that, really it's day one, and teachers are ready to start using devices. So we're trying to do this in a way that it's very, we'd have to do this in a way that's least disruptive. And I think we could do it, but we might have to supplement some temp help or something to get it done.
Yeah, I don't think you can collect a device in the spring and reissue that spring, though. I mean, first off, if students are depending on them, then they need them till close to the last day of school. So we'll have to work out something with the second option.
But could we do something in the summer for incoming?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, as high school campuses are open.
Absolutely.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that's the answer. Sometime after mid-July, when they have time to collect them and wipe them and all,
You would have the situation on that is because you'd have to also collect the 8th graders to get prepared for 4th grade. So I think there's a time there where that group of kids would not have a device, I think, to make that work logistically.
But 4th graders, that's their first time to have a
Correct.
device. I mean, I would be probably okay with 4th graders having a little bit of a lag time at the end of the year as opposed to incoming freshmen.
Absolutely. No,
Yep.
I agree.
We would just have to work out the logistics on it. But so that
Can I ask you?
Yes.
So the temp workers would be for wiping them clean, not for the redistribution.
You might need both. Right now, like when we do a 4th grade deployment, that usually takes about three weeks, and campuses sign up, and it's very prescribed, kind of a checklist, enrolling, getting them into our inventory system, and it just takes time. You're talking about thousands of devices at a grade level, so we would just need, I would call it supplemental help to shorten that window.
So what is the deployment time on a middle school campus? If it's 3 weeks on an elementary, what is on a middle school?
Well, and when I'm saying 3 weeks at an elementary, it's essentially for 4th grade.
Right.
So,
I'm just thinking for the 2 option, what does that deployment window look like for that versus what does it look like at a high school?
I would calculate probably 3 weeks, because even in our collection process, when we collect seniors, it takes us about 3 weeks to work through every campus. That might be a little much, maybe 2 weeks and 3 to 4 days, something like that. But you're starting to come up on 3 weeks. So if we're doing a deployment or a collection, we if it's with our staff and not doing any other supplemental, that's what it would require.
So it's 3 weeks at every level?
Yes, that's what we're finding.
And the 3 weeks covers what they're going to give up their old device. They're going to get a new device. Someone's going to help them configure that.
It would really depend on the sequencing of it. In order to, I guess there's a couple pieces to it. When we do a collection, for example, we collect the device, we go through a checklist to make sure everything it's there, it's not broken, and sometimes there's some damage, we have to get it repaired. We charge that back out if it's within our procedure for that. And then also, they got to be cleaned. Some of them you would never want to hand out to a new kid. So there's a cleaning process. And it's the same thing with accessories. So that just takes time to basically process that. Once you then have it to a spot where it's wiped, there's also a data wipe in there. Once you have it wiped, then we basically re-enroll them into our MDM and get them to a spot where they can basically be handed out, scanned in the inventory, and logged back in. So again, when you figure in just the number of staff that we have, and the other part too is when we're doing this, it's not the only thing we're doing during that time period. We're trying to address tickets and everything else. So it's when we're doing a deployment or a collection that actually impacts support on all the other campuses, because there's just not enough people to go around. But anyway, the logistics on it, we'd have to work through it. But I think we could work through it with this option. Okay.
Okay. Another question really quick. So the 10-5,
Yeah.
if on 2A, it goes from 9 to 12, so you have 4 years. So you're going to deploy that for 1 year for all of those devices and then pick it back up?
Correct. The idea would be basically your 10-5s would keep circulating through that 9-12 grade level. Your 9-7s would be in this circular loop in PK through 8.
Yeah, Brian, let me jump in for a minute, because you have to understand the way this started. It'd be real nice if, going back, if everything was perfect, that we had one grade only getting them and then scaling it up. But when you're talking about giving all high school students 10-5s, I mean, some of those you're going to be giving to 10th graders or 11th graders that are going to only use it 2, and then you're going to roll over 3 more years of use. I mean, so it's all over, the spectrum. And so they have a plan that wherever you are, when we're replacing these devices, you may have it just for 1 year as a senior, and then you've got 4 more years. So it's just.
I'd like to ask a question about this. I'm a little confused. So we decide what we're going to do. We buy a bunch of devices. We're going to collect a bunch of devices. We've got until school starts to get all those devices ready. I'm not a fan of kids taking the devices home for multiple reasons. We've got a few months to get that ready. They come and they roll into school. They say, hey, I've signed up for these things, and on that day, they get their device, whatever that means. They have to go through some configuration, right? So someone's got to take in the old devices and take stuff off of them, but are the people we sell these devices to do clean the devices?
On the collection, if you're going to recycle them, yes, but if we're going to reuse them,
what are we going to reuse them for?
If, for example, when we get to the deployment plan, the seniors would next year get a new device. So when they graduate, that device was only a year old. We're going to collect it from a senior and we're going to redeploy it to a freshman.
That's a year from now.
But the processes are the same, regardless of when you're doing it.
And I think that question, it's a good question. I think that'll be clear when we get to the deployment discussion, which is a little later.
Okay.
So really what you see on the difference between 2 and 2A is 8th graders in 2 have a 10.5. 8th graders in 2A have a 9.7. And you can see the difference in what that does to the amount under budget by about $700,000 or $800,000. Okay. And really the other rationale that I think Brian talked about is expensive repair costs of the 10.5s. It's, you know, middle school. We've all been there, had kids there, so anyway, I will tell you that 2A is our recommendation, but certainly we're, all right, so
All
let's
right.
move on to 3.
So option 3 is a 9-7 option in grades PK through 8, and a MacBook Air in grades 9 through 12. Couple differences: the MacBook Air, was grouped with a STM case. That device would be planned to be used for 5 years. There is no case allowance in there for a refresh. Really, the pros on it are, obviously, it's got the attached keyboard. It's good battery life, very upgradable. The cons are it doesn't really align with the survey data. Students would lose access to certain apps, no annotation, no rear face or front and rear facing camera, and again, the concern about size and weight. As you can see, the estimated amount being under budget is just over $2.1 million. And this is one of the options that you'd seen earlier.
And on option 3, there was discussion among the board as far as some, I think Brian mentioned this going into this. We actually felt going into this was going to be the big winner. We really felt like MacBooks, but that's just not what the input shows. Because the bulkiness of it, because of the usability of some other things with the iPads, particularly the 10.5, and so just sort of wanting to see where the board is at on option 3.
You're out. Trish is out on that one. I'm out on 3.
We okay? All right. Moving right along.
All right.
There is no option 4. I don't know what happened.
I was going to ask.
Well, I know what happened. I had option 2A as 4.
We took some of them off.
Option 5 is a new one, and this came from a question again during our small group meetings. Question was, well, what would it look like if we just did a 10.5 across the board? And this particular option, the pros and cons are very similar. It comes in over budget. And really one of the big reasons why is looking at trying to address the case and keyboard refresh. So that's where it is. This particular option, the way it stands right now, in this configuration of hardware, would be over budget.
It would be over budget in the current implementation plan.
That's correct.
The fact is, guys, young kids are not going to carry around those blue bricks. Just not going to happen. Okay? So a 10.5 would be better. The way you get around it is that we know so many high schoolers are not using it. So you come up with a better allocation program. You say, we're going to have significant classroom sets at the beginning of the school year. So if your teacher requires you to have it, you go in and check it out. And if you need it for all year, you've got it all year. If you need it for 3 classes, if you don't need it, you turn it back in. Because we've got all kinds of trustees here who will admit that their kids were under the bed, right? And we got all kinds of lessons that say, case studies that say, at high school they're not doing this stuff. So it begs the question, why don't we look at a moderated rollout in high school? It will save us money. We've got $800,000 here we can save. And you probably don't even have to have the case with the back case with the garage in it. You could save a little bit on that and get a sturdy case. But you could probably do a 10.5, so you're only dealing with one type of device, and then you just make a determination. And this is where I thought we'd have the department's heads really tell us where the devices were needed and not. And I think some of the times when we get, hey, they need that app for such and such, it's not that clear when they get to school. Parents don't see that, and neither the teachers that we're told to go talk to. So a thought would be, you could go with this plan, you roll it back about 1,000 or 2,000. You say, let's say at the Marcus High School, you got 3,000 kids. You roll out 15 to 2,500 devices on some plan, right? Opt in, opt out. I bet you just have as much student achievement with those that didn't have devices and those that did. And we're not depriving people of not having them, but there's just not enough consistent classes. And if you look at the total number of classes we offer and the total number of students that take those classes, you do the formula on that, and then you say how many use the devices for that subject. It's not high. And so we could do a 10.5 if we modified the rollout at the high school level.
My only thought on that is that 70% of high schoolers said that they used a device in the survey every day.
But 70% of those, most of those students skipped substantive questions on collaboration and those types of things. The verbatims didn't always match, and by the way, some of that usage was playing games. It was for non-school things. And so what happened is when a student's in a pilot, they're going to use it a lot. That has to be discounted a bit. They're just going to use it a lot.
That was their current iPad. Yeah, that was their current iPad. That wasn't the that was not part of the rollout of the new devices or anything else. That was their current issued iPad.
It does not match any walk onto campus and walk into a class assessment that gets that same result. It just doesn't.
I think there's a couple of things that there's no doubt that we're behind the 8 ball as far as figuring out. And, you know, one is, was it the right device in the first place? You know, for a high school student, we've heard over and over again, high school students not only wanted but need a keyboard. And so the question, one of the questions is that lack of use by a sizable portion of our high school students. Is that because it wasn't the right device in the first place? So, you know, it sure would have been nice if we had some of this input 5 years ago that, you know, Mr. Colbeck and Ms. Jacobson and Dr. Rapp worked on. So,
I think part of that is just about you're doing something new and you're learning it. And when we first rolled this out, everything was new. It was new teachers, it was new students. I mean, I don't know, you know, I don't have a kid in high school anymore, so I don't know what I can say, but I do think they're used more now than they were when they were first implemented, just because I think, first of all, I think the app development has become more robust. I think our teachers have found ways to use them that really impacts the learning environment. I mean, do we still have teachers that don't? Yeah, I'm sure we do. I mean, I don't know. I feel like kids are honest, you know, and I think they're not gonna try to give us the results we want. So.
What I hear what you're saying. I think the issue is.
But I think they will carry I mean, I don't like that big case either. I
Right.
think they'll carry it though because
The
they're
10.5.
carrying one right now.
That's what
The
they did.
9.7.
The 9.7?
The one they're carrying right now isn't.
It's
super light.
substantially heavier. This one's substantially heavier.
And-
But it comes down to this, guys. Here's what I don't get when I walk into a campus. Group of kids sitting around. Where's your iPad? Don't need it. Maybe some have it. It is not a most common thing in campus is like, oh my gosh, yeah, most of them have their iPad. That's not the case.
But to Dr. Rogers' point, do you think that is because it doesn't have a keyboard? I'm not arguing either way. I mean, that's just my thought process, is that it doesn't have a keyboard, and therefore it doesn't make it as functionable for maybe it's functionable for one class, but it's not functionable for all of their classes.
And I also think that as they've gotten older, you know,
They're a little slow.
when they're 5 years old, I mean, you see the IFE rate percentage go down as far as kids opting in because they're opting in for a 5-year-old device. I mean, so I don't know the perfect answer. I do know that as our kids, when we started 5 years ago, and they started in elementary school, and we knew that high school was going to be the hardest nut to crack. I'm you know, as a former high school principal, I mean, but as kids matriculate up, the usage that we have, and actually Brian today when he was sharing some incredible graphs of usage, and they can track some of the usage during the school day, after hours, and what sites they're.
We talked about that. It doesn't tell us anything. That means they're going home playing games, and so we see a lift, and they're playing an interactive game.
There's some things that they can track that are connecting to school learning sites through L-Hub and other things, and so I think there is that, and we'll have him send it out tomorrow. But it was about 15 or 20 pages, and I told him to cut it for tonight, because tonight wasn't just about usage. It was more focused on device evaluation.
But I think the usage thing does solve. And we've been, in June it'll have been 4 years. We're just asking the same question. For 4 years, we've been asking a question: show us what students are using these devices on, or how they're using devices at home, etc. We have plenty of parent input, even teacher input, department head input, campus kids input. Even you could go to some campuses a couple years ago at the elementary school. Tell Mr. Miller how to use a device. To play my games. Those teachers were saying that for a reason. Now, if you say that the curriculum is aligned and they know how to use the tools better, I'll give you that. But at the end of the day, we really don't know how. If we're saying that we're trying something, we're gonna spend $30 million or $40 million or $50 million, and we can't tell how that devices are being used yet, then I think we wait till we get that tool. Because somebody has to show us. That's why we've been working for 4 years. Show us that these devices are used for instruction. That's all we've wanted to do.
I think you saw video that showed classroom after classroom after classroom how they're being used for instruction.
Those are setups. That's all setups.
No, they're not setups, Mr. Miller.
At the end of the day, it's this. It's taking the device and let the data speak. Let the data speak. How is the iPad being used for instruction or games?
I think it depends, Mr. Miller, too, on a lot of it's what your classroom is. I have a high school student, and no, he does not use it a lot of the time, but he doesn't need it in basketball. He uses it in English. He uses it in math. He uses it in math. So it depends on the subject and the teacher, and there probably are some students who don't use the iPad at all, but I don't have all those answers, but it is being used in high school. I don't have all the data either.
I think it's being used, but less than what is being reported out on, frankly. And I'd be glad to go walk some campuses to make the point. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's just that I'm suggesting a moderated approach on the 10.5s, which the 10.5s are over budget, right? A moderated approach allows us to get it in within budget.
Okay, well, can we finish the presentation?
I bet you could find 20% of students at Marcus and Florimont and Lewisville and Colleen Hebron that won't take the devices.
Well, we're at higher than that right now with 5-year-old devices, because I believe it's at 86% with 5-year-old devices. So I believe, is that right?
86, 87, yeah.
So
no, that's 86. Oh, that's 86% adopted. I'm suggesting you ask the question a different way. You make parents opt in. See, what we do is we make them opt out. We say, hey, if you're going to get an app, you need to notify us by this date, because we're going to buy your device, and you opt in. You make them be complicit in the taking of the device versus, hey, we're going to give you a device unless you opt out.
It's a pretty good opt-in system if people are having to pay $40 every year to opt in, though. I mean, that's not what I'm talking about. Opt-in is, listen, if you want an LISD iPad in high school, you have to say you want the iPad. Opt-out is, hey, because opt-out, we're pushing them on the parents. You're going to take this. Nope, I'm opting out. Well, then you need to sign a form and opt out. Opt-in makes them think about, if I've got a laptop for my kid or an iPad, maybe I don't need to take one because I don't want another one to worry about, and I don't want another one to lose some stuff. Let the parents opt in, and it's a better reflection of what will be used.
Parents opt in every year. So on the back-to-school forms in Skyward, those are automatically rolled to be an opt-out. So the parents have to physically go in there and opt in, and then that's when the fee is assigned. So we're actually doing an opt-in program.
what you're doing is saying, hey, iPads are available for anyone. Come get them. Right? And when they sign a form, they opt out. Yeah.
Currently, the way it's set up in Skyward, when they're going through the online registration process, there's a specific question in there asking parents, do you want to opt in? And they have to check that, and then it says, here's some information about the fee. This fee would be applied, and then they got to check, yep, I realize I'm going to have a fee. And then what happens if parents choose, and maybe it's an open question. It might not automatically be rolled, but they have to opt in. And if they do not opt in, and a student has a device, we actually, by the third Friday, we go back and collect that device.
So if I'm understanding you, Mr. Miller, correctly, that it is correct, but I think what you're saying is the device would be purchased, because in this situation, even if it's an opt-in, the device has already been purchased, projecting that that kid is going to get it regardless. Right. So you're saying that wouldn't be purchased. Type of opt-in. It wouldn't be purchased until, but so that would be a purchasing issue then, correct? Because
well, no, I think they can go out and spend. You can spend buy 3,000 iPads for Marcus High School, 3,000 for Hebron, 3,000 for Marcus Flannel, and 3,000 for Lewisville. Start there. A lot of work that we're getting kids devices. We'll see what the take rate is, and if we need more because of the procurement schedule, we can get turned around to get more right away. The issue is this, guys. We're going to go ahead and do this and never ask a question that has been an ongoing question for 4 years. How are students using these devices? And for us to feel good, like we're making a good decision without answering that, is uncomfortable. Because nobody in staff can tell us how those devices are being used, even during the day or at home. We have to answer that question. And it's not a surprise that this question is coming up tonight.
How can we answer that question?
We can answer that question on, are the devices being used? Yes. I can tell you we're averaging about 44,500 unique wireless authenticated devices per day on our network. We can track inbound traffic and outbound traffic from the by time of day. One of the things we're struggling with right now is identifying the student. We can identify the traffic. We can identify what it is, generally speaking, but you're not sure which campus or which student.
But would you be able to decipher it was high school, middle school, or elementary?
Right now, no, because it all comes back to, well, we could group it by elementary and middle, and then high school separately. We couldn't separate out elementary and middle. There's 2 proxy servers. Elementary and middle go to one, and it logs it. High school goes to another. And that'll group by category. So it might be just general web traffic. It might be, Google Apps. It might be iStation, Pearson, things like that. And this is newer stuff. I mean, I've been trying to build these pieces up. We've been working on this for a few months. And it's hard right now because you don't have an authentication mechanism to say this is the person tied to that device, tied to this campus, etc. That's one of the pieces that we're, and I know, Mr. Miller, you got a good point. It's there's nothing there at this point because there's no way to match up that identity. As we roll out the security items that were already approved and we start implementing them, the identity services engine piece combined with the clarity components on the Cisco piece will give us that identity. It's going to match it up. Up until this point, we have not had something like that. So that's going to start allowing us to actually connect usage by campus, by high school, by different levels. And right now, it's very difficult to do that.
Brian, we have,
Yep.
I know you guys have a timeline, and this may not go over very well, but, we could buy our devices in June, get them shipped here, do a lot of work, get the right people, get them ready to go for the kids, let them keep their current devices to bring into next year, whatever, and we could do this launch next year. I will tell you, I'm gonna support the 10.5s. I think it needs to be moderated, but I cannot support it if we can't answer this question yet of what our students are doing with the devices that the government, the tax dollars, provide for them, when they should be used for education. The fact that we can't do that yet just blows me away, because I know there's lots of things, companies that can do that. And so if it means that we say you can't play games on your iPad unless they've been certified by the district, even at the high school level, then so be it. Hey, maybe we take Snapchat off the devices at high school. God forbid. Are we really affecting, their educational environment? I mean, there are a lot of things we could do. Tightening these things down, having control of the devices, and knowing what apps are on there. I mean, that to me is important. But here's what will happen if we agree to do this now and then approve it at the next meeting. The MDM and all that other stuff, that's going to be put on a back burner, because this is going to go really, really fast. It won't get done. And we've been talking about it a lot.
I think students are using it. I think we've been shown multiple examples of how it's used. I have been in a campus where students are using them. I don't know what do you mean?
Well,
what specifically are you looking at?
well,
you want to know that we've got X number of students going to this app and using it for this on. I'm trying to understand what it is.
Well, first of all, I would disagree with you that they're using it at the high school level. I think it's minimal use at the high school level. They've got their own stuff. At the elementary schools and the middle schools, there's no doubt about the use is high. It's about containing the use to instructional use. These are government assets, right? There are limitations on what they should be used for. They are not a window to the world, other than using some things to browse. And we've talked about this for a long time. We want to understand I feel like we had more progress in June 2014 with Content Keeper than where we are at today. That we were on to something with Content Keepers, and it was a storage issue. And now we're talking about really not being able to have a good understanding of what students are using the devices for. When are they using them? What apps are they using them for? We might find that I'm completely wrong. But when I walk on a campus, I see a different story than about what I saw at night. It's true. Almost exclusively, and I've been in a lot lately, I just don't see this happening. I see certain teachers who love technology and infuse it into their curriculum. I see high-end teachers driving students to high performance and PSAT and some of those things, and they say, still don't need it. Right? Where they're feeling like they need it is because it's forced on them. Yet they're still driving amazing student achievement. That's a misalignment. But I'm willing to forego that if we could just have an understanding of how devices, just like my work device, they know everything that I do. You know what? Frees me up. They just don't do anything wrong. So if my company can do it, I would think we'd be able to do it with all these devices to make sure they're used properly. The MDM would give us some control around where they're at, finding them, app usage. But Apple has to have something. Been doing this since 2010, 2018.
We have, every URL, every website that somebody goes to, we have that. It's not tied to any user, any location. The identity piece is what's been needed for that, and that was included in the security piece. So until that's implemented, you're not going to be able to bring that together to really tell that story.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I definitely agree that we need to have more data on how the students are using the devices. I have actually mimicked what you've been saying for a while, so I absolutely agree that we need to make sure that they're using them for instructional purposes. But for me also, I'm not right now willing to delay further purchase of new items because the ones that they have now are antiquated. And the longer we wait, the longer it's going to get worse and worse. The functionality it's not up to date. So if we continue to push it off because we're waiting for the security piece, that means another year for students to not have devices that are more functional. I don't think it's a year.
I would agree, but I don't think it's a year. It's not a year. I mean, we should have something in place in a couple months. We can, in parallel, start ordering the devices, right, in stages. We know we're going to do 100%.
So then it doesn't matter. This discussion can be continued to go as we purchase the device. devices and have these discussions on the
But I
system.
don't think we turn the light on the whole thing until we have it done, because what's going to happen is we're going to take the implementation as the biggest priority and not get this back-end stuff done. The back-end stuff continues every time we talk about this stuff. It gets put in the back burner.
Okay, well, is that true? Are we going to shift priorities and trying to make sure we roll out devices and not being able to?
Right now, the sequencing of this is that the components that you need installed on the device would be put on it when we deploy the device. To go back through, I mean, first we got to set up the security elements. We need to put a different MDM on, but you got to physically touch the device. So when you're talking about the quantity that you're talking about, the idea is you want that coordinated with a new deployment. So the idea is that the metrics and the identity piece that we're looking for would actually be deployed when we deploy the new device.
With this
Yes.
new set of devices?
Yes.
Wait, but Brian, do you have a system that can identify on Tracy's iPad what instructional apps he's using and what just internet access he's using and Google Drive?
Right now, it requires identity, and you have to have policy around that identity. So the identity services engine is going to provide that piece, and we don't have that in place yet. That would be in this whole piece too. We didn't get to the deployment plan and timing, but essentially, just to do this particular order, this is a 6-month process. By the time you actually have the board take action to the time that you order it, it ships, it gets deployed. We're talking about trying to get these things out there by Thanksgiving.
Well, let me ask Dr.
So
Rogers.
this is a long process. So that piece would be in place at that point.
I'll just ask Dr. Rogers. Dr. Rogers, you know how long we've been anguishing over the control of these devices and the public's view of that. Even public who supported the FAC view on how we roll this out are still saying it's up to the board to do the right thing. So we don't have any way to understand what students are using their device for. An MDM will be able to get access to it. We can control the device. But as it relates to the instructional elements, the apps, access, etc., we don't have anything like that. And you remember, we've been working on this. We sat over there since 2014, and some of you are here, were in those meetings. What we're hearing is this rollout is so big, we need to get it going. And then we'll put this software in that we think we need, but nobody's seen the software yet.
I think correct me, the software is what the board's approved already.
There's
the security.
Yeah, the piece to match up the identities included in the Cisco ELA.
Why do you say no?
That's not it. That has nothing to do with the apps and other.
It has to do with creating the identity that he's talking about that's needed to pair up the
Okay,
the device.
so then go on. What's the next page?
So once you have the identity, then you set a policy around that identity. So for example, if you wanted, I don't know, a specific set of websites available for a specific campus grade level, you can set that policy up because you know who it is and you can apply it at that level. It could be an app, it could be at a filter level, and until you have that, you're either applying it across the board right now to elementary and middle school, or you're applying it across the board to high school.
Okay, maybe I'll give you that. It doesn't solve the problem. I want to know how much time the iPad's been used for Angry Birds. Absolutely no instructional value unless you're over 50 and you're working on your brain like me. But really, that's what we. That's and I think like it's almost like we're defining these requirements again. We've talked about them for so long. It's not about have they gone to the sites that we've approved or restricted. That can be done easily. We could have done that in 2014. Kids are downloading apps on their devices. Are they playing Madden football? Hey, what's going on with Tracy? He doesn't seem to be doing his homework. Well, he's in his iPad all the time. Well, let's take a look at, oh my gosh, they pulls up a report. He's always in Madden 2019. He's not studying. That's what we're looking for.
And I think
am I wrong?
I think that's exactly what this will allow, because we can actually trace some of that. We just don't have the identity, but once we have the identity, then it connects.
Could we see, for example, right now, if there was, let's just say that example, if there was traffic going to Madden, would we see that in a log? Yes. Would we know where it came from? No.
Until we have the identity.
Until you get the identity.
And you can't have that before the devices are purchased?
You could, but you're going to have to reconfigure devices that we already have.
As we issue it, it will be configured that way.
Yeah.
So this isn't a phased-in approach, it's all or nothing?
The way this is presented, yes. Yeah. And the other aspect of this from a purchasing perspective would be the pricing and the amount of time that pricing is good for. I mean, that I think would add some complexity.
But wait a minute. So a solution that you've identified to do this, now there might be a cost associated. It's not in the plan.
No, he's talking about the
I'm saying if you
number
don't-
of devices and subsequent
If
deployment.
you're going to stage it, the pricing is good for this long, and then
Right.
if we come back for like 30 days
If your
from now,
quantities
the
go
pricing,
down,
the
it's-
pricing could be different. So that number may not be true in the rollout scenario that you're talking about, in the phase scenario that you're talking about. It could instead of $800,000 over, it could be $1 million over, or it could be only $600,000. I don't know.
Right. But the thing is, you all knew that one of the top priorities was for us to have a system that could regulate this.
But that's what we're getting.
Are we? It's because I just heard that it may not meet the budget.
No,
Well,
that
no,
was
that's,
about.
that's in yours. That's in your scenario that you talked about, of that we only buy 3,000 of these for every high school.
That's
Your,
if you
your,
change.
your phased approach, not the districts, not what's up there. Your phased approach that you talked about. What we've said is that the pricing that is up there is an all pricing, and that pricing may not stay if we do your approach, which is 12,000 devices for high school, and then we come back and then we need another 10,000 devices. So
Okay.
that's what that is.
I'm on board. I'm
Okay.
on board there. I still think you should come up with a way to have a measured rollout. I think it's a waste of devices, and we're going to walk into schools and we see those unused. It's going to sit on the 7 of us that we could have come up with something different. But let's look at this option right here. It's
And-
over budget.
And Brian, is it not true though, once we have this system in place, if a device sits, I mean, y'all could, if a device sits still and has no activity, or, or
we're
it's
doing
all about
that.
Angry Birds, I mean, those are things we could then address.
We could do a much better job. We're doing some of that right now. So if a device doesn't check in, for example, that shows up on a report that the campuses get a new report every day. So at that point, that should be a conversation. Hey, where's your iPad? Hasn't checked in. What's going on? And campuses are doing that. That's looking at setting a threshold for use. From as far as identifying traffic, that's one thing. But then blocking apps or blocking traffic, that's another thing. And we do that. I mean, we have custom block lists right now, and Michelle and I get them several a week. Hey, can we look at this? Can we look at that?
I got them. I think
we
all
can
understand
block those
apps.
pieces.
That's not the issue.
No, but I think you
It's
just.
the apps that we don't block that they can download, Madden, whatever, other games, and that's not what we want those devices used for. If they're going to use that device, they can use it to access the internet through whatever access you give them, and it's unlimited learning. They run devices on their app, are devices that are regulated by the ISD, and we just end this. These devices are used for instruction.
And we can do that. I mean, really, we're doing that successfully right now at the elementary. We have our elementary app store. There is no access to the Apple App Store. It's through a complete vetting process. Michelle's team vets the apps. We roll it out. We push it out in the App Store. Students can go ahead and install it. At the middle school and high school, and we have that successfully working. We've done that for 2 years. At the middle school and high school level, students have their own Apple ID and the App Store is open. And we can do that with our current MDM. The MDM that we're looking to replace our current MDM with will have that same capability. So that's more of a procedural discussion. If that's the direction the board wants to go, then that's, we would have to go back through and build out, I think, what do we have, maybe 250 going on 300 apps
Yeah, 280.
that we're supporting at the elementary level. You'd have to establish a similar process for the middle and high school. So that's not a technical limitation. Pardon?
That's a different conversation than what we're talking about now.
Correct. Well, I see it as that, yes.
It's not for me, it may be for you, and I'll tell you why. I'm not going to compromise on the fact we've asked for something for 4 years as it relates to devices being used for instructional technology. These are assets paid for by taxpayers. It is a nice luxury for us to have. And if kids don't use them, I don't think we should have them. And so we should say, hey, are you really using them? We should find those places where we don't have to buy them at 100% because 100% is convenient for staff. And we then need to have tested and seen this robust network capability that gives us access to what the devices are being used for. And those are the discussions we've had for a long time. And so to separate this out and bifurcate it, that all we're doing is making decisions on devices tonight, that's what's happened to us in everything we've done. Oh, we got to make this next round, and we never answer that material question.
Yeah, but Mr. Miller, I concur with you on some of this, but I think, as Ms. Sheffield just said, they are two different issues. So the app part can come later. I think the more question now is the usage. And Mr. Colbeck, you just kind of said the high schools get a report every morning on what's been. Can you not give that to the board right now?
We'd have a report that shows, for example, if the iPad's not checking in with the MDM, it means its battery's dead. It's shut off. Somebody's not using it. That goes into their campus report. So there's different, and that's not a end-all, be-all.
But you can't identify students right now.
No, but you can identify.
On that you can identify students, but if you're looking at, that's just is the device actively responding to the MDM. But as far as analyzing how that particular device or that kid is using their device and what apps are they launching or what internet sites are they using, that we can't do.
But wouldn't you say if it's on, it's being used? If you can see it during a time period, right? In theory, so can we not get that report? Because to me, that tells me if they're turning it on during that window, they're using it. Yeah. And they're using it for instruction time.
I can pull a report out of our MDM, how it's going to represent. I'd have to look at it, but it would give us some sort of metric of last time the device checked in, or could we report on any that haven't checked in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that.
Data, and I think that's what you're wanting, Mr. Miller.
Brian, you said this is a 6-month process. Will you be able to have that technical solution available such that if we approve this tonight, you guys are going to have to cut it by $800,000 if it's over budget, but that you would find a way to get this done at the time we roll these out?
We're not voting tonight, Mr. Miller.
I know, but I'm saying I would support it.
The identity piece, we will have. I mean, right now, that is part of our deployment strategy. The identity piece will be in place when these are pushed out, which will allow us to identify the use. As far as saying, hey, we want to block, for example, the App Store and start building out apps at the middle school and high school level. I mean, technically, we can. There's nothing limiting us from doing that. I think more that is going to be getting the content people involved and going through a vetting process, kind of like we do right now. And I mean, that's a pretty involved process. Do you want to speak to that a little bit, Michelle?
Absolutely. I think that we've done a great job with the elementary, but ultimately what happens is it takes a lot of time to vet an app, a resource. We have to get in touch with the content administrators and facilitators to see what they approve. Is it aligned to the Texas TEKS? Is it aligned to our curricular framework for all of the different subject areas? And then Ms. Haricki for elementary, she goes through and makes sure the terms of service, privacy policy, that we are making sure that we are protecting our students and their data are in place. Really, the whole process takes about 25 to 30 days by the time we look at those pieces, and then we get technology involved.
And that's 25 to 30 days per app?
No. Okay. Right now, we basically have a 25-day rotation. So every single month, and right now we still do have elementary teachers who are sending us apps to look at, to review, to revise. So it ranges. When we first launched the elementary app store, wow, we were getting a lot. Now we probably, I'm going to say maybe 10 to 12 or so a month. Some months we have more, some months we have less.
And that's really for 2 grade levels currently, so that if you think about ramping that up for the rest of the grades, it would take some time to build out the app stores.
So I think that the point is, and again, I don't know that this is the discussion place here,
would support 5. It's got to, you got to carve off 800,000. We can't go over budget.
I have a question
We
on
have
5.
to maintain fidelity with the numbers.
You said right now it's an expensive case. Do you anticipate it decreasing in the expense of repairing it? Does that 800 include the current cost of the repair?
This is just to purchase. It's the base. It's the device, the case, implementation services. That's it. So as far as the repair, that's a completely separate item. And I will say on the repair part that's a concern with this plan, because the 10.5 is significantly the current price on the glass is significantly more. So I think the risk on this particular plan would be, what is our insurance, our self-insurance program? What's the amount of money? How do we establish a copay? There'd be much more risk on operational cost on this one than any other plan.
Yeah, and Ms. Hassett actually, and I think it was Ms. Sheffield during our meetings last week that mentioned about the 10.5s for all. And I actually had a discussion with Mr. Kobeck, and I said, you know what, I sort of like that plan, but then when you start to look at the breakage and the cost of repairs in our IFE account, it's a little disconcerting, to be honest with you. So I quickly changed my mind back to 2A.
So what's the recommendation?
2A is our recommendation, but that's as of tonight.
Sure. Well, that's actually the next slide. This is the recommendation slide. So the recommendation slide is 2A. You already saw the this whole slide. It's just adding that this is the recommendation that we feel is a good fit. As Dr. Rapp and I discussed it as well, looking at having consistency by level. If you look at, and this is more of a deployment plan 2 versus 2A, not necessarily the 10.5 everywhere, but the plan 2 had, at the middle school level, you'd have iPad 10s and 9.7s. Kids rotate from different classes. There might be different functionality. You could see different, compatibility at some point through that life cycle. So we saw some benefits for that. Communication strategy. Certainly as you're sending information out to families, sometimes you run into a situation where you have to tell somebody something different because of the version of what you have. So I think that would simplify it at that level. And again, professional learning, we had talked about that as probably being more consistent if we compare the 2 versus 2A option.
This is just students. This is not staff devices yet.
The staff devices are in this model. Yes. Yep.
They're in the total.
They're in the total. That everybody would get a new MacBook and a 9.5.
Right now, that's the plan.
10.5?
Yep.
But as we discussed last week, and sort of going to your student question, and one of the reasons we're delaying some of the decisions about other devices like Mac Air cards is to see how all this works year one before we proceed. So, we will certainly, one of the issues with staff, I think, and because I asked the same question, why do they need 2, is some of the things such as daily attendance and some of those things are only right now. Eduphoria, some of those things only work on a laptop versus a Mac. An
Well,
iPad.
but the point is that we made every teacher, every staff, every coach take a MacBook and an iPad.
And we won't do that in the future.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
It's budgeted for worst case scenario. Everybody had it, but our thoughts were, you don't assume everybody's getting it. We some sort of simplified. Do you really need it for what your job is? Yes or no? And instead of assuming everybody gets it, it's just we don't have a mechanism at this point to calculate
But
this.
the staff they are getting all laptops.
Yes. Yep.
well, they're going to try and delay a little bit.
Not for the staff.
Not for the staff. It'd be
For
the
the
shared, the
MacBook
MacBook cards that we have.
But you're
So-
talking about not everyone's
Yes. So Brian, is this what we have? We have, this is our proposal that we're gonna talk about in 2 weeks. You are going to come back with a commitment around what we're gonna do with the MDM software and the controlling the devices. And then we will see a plan by you all on restrictions at the middle school and high school level.
We can put something in place. And the one piece I do want to add is that would definitely be a paradigm shift for really the students as well as the teachers. Right now, if the teachers at the high school level find an app that they want to roll out or push, they can tell the kids, go ahead and install it, and that would be, that process would be gone.
I think that this happens in business all the time. There's an app that comes out and we get approval for it. The teacher, as far as I'm concerned, the teachers can have unrestricted access so they can find those devices. But there are things that we know for today. For example, why do we need to offer devices paid for by the government for kids to Snapchat on?
They don't do that they do it on their phones. They don't do it on
They do it on their phones, but let's just make sure that it's not on the device.
Snapchat, that's blocked. Snapchat is blocked.
Whatever. I maybe picked the wrong one, but there's going to be something new. But we're just vigilant about it.
But right now, I'm not willing to make sure to have policy written for us to duplicate what we're doing in elementary on all of the levels. I definitely am. In 2 weeks, we should have a list of things that we should block, an additional list of things we should block. I think in 2 weeks that's definitely doable. But to have staff come up with a plan of how to roll out what we do in elementary, on how to vet apps and only have an app store in middle and high school, I think that's not an allowable time amount for that.
But Christy, we as a board have to put safeguards around this.
Correct.
It's never been done before until Kevin
policy.
did it at the elementary level. And you know what? And it's a good time because we're going to approve this in a few weeks, so it's a good time to start working on that policy. It's going to be a 6-month rollout.
I would agree that we need a policy on what we should further limit the use of.
Right.
Absolutely.
Sounds like that would be a perfect topic for another board workshop. So then we just have to find the time. Because
we need to be done soon.
Because
your staff has to do the work on the policy.
No, I get that, but I what Ms. Hassett's saying, I think is true. I was all in favor of creating the elementary app store, and actually we created a little bit of a middle school one until we saw it was a little unruly, but we can create it. That's not a problem. I think we as a group need to make sure where we want to land on access for high school students, access for middle school students, and then we'll put it in place. That's not a problem. Now it's going to take some time to put it in place, but I think it's a great discussion that we need to have.
I think we're in violent agreement as long as it's not the end of 2019-20.
It won't. To have the discussion and to make, we'll certainly do that sooner than 2019-20.
Okay.
I'll be on vacation by then.
So after reviewing some of the plan, what are some of the board's thoughts on the different options?
I went up there to look to see if I could find the executive summary because I'm old and I don't remember exactly what was in it. But as I recall, there was some concern with the elementary and kindergarten about the durability of the 10 case and the keyboard. And with that being the more expensive device to replace, and I agree it's heavy and all of those things, and that was also represented in the survey. I do not disagree with you. But I've also met a kindergartner or two, and they're very rough. And so I lean towards the 2A for that particular piece, that I think that is a more rugged, more durable device for that group. And I don't want to put a device that has such an expensive repair having elementary children who are more likely than not to not be gentle, if you will, with the keyboard.
Well, and I think too, I mean, the case itself to me is knows by the time we actually order these, if there won't be something better, or as they get refreshed,
Right.
they're most likely to be something that is less bulky or whatever. I don't want to get too hung up on the case, even though I mean I agree with me. It's like
It's terrible.
great.
I have another question, just to throw option 6 into the realm, just for giggles. Would you consider doing a PK 3, 9.7, and a 4 to 12, a 10.5? And then how would that make the numbers? Would that be on budget if you, I know that you don't have the same number 1 to 1. It's just because you give the durability of the 9.7. They don't need the functionality of the latest, but then it also gives the K to, or 4 to 8, what we have in high school, which is the latest model with the additional bells and whistles that they could use.
Ms. Hassett, then that would take it to 9th grade.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't want to buy them a new device in 9th grade.
Yeah.
Because it's a
we're
5-year.
It's
No,
a 5
4
year.
to 8 is 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th.
So 9th, they'd get another one.
They get a new
Right.
And it's a
But that's-
5-year.
But then they get another one
Just
anyway,
rotate it back into fourth,
because
I guess, right?
that's only a 5-year life cycle, so they get another one anyway, in 9th grade.
The seniors go to the 9th graders.
Well,
No,
you
those
could
are-
go to
those are
4th
dead.
grade, like right now what we do with it being all the
'Cause it's
same
all-
platform in the 1-to-1, when we collect the senior group, they're going into 4th grade.
What is Christy saying?
Christy is saying to do because she likes throwing another thing, and she likes number 6.
Just to be
She's saying to do the 9.7 iPad in pre-K through 3, 3rd grade,
Yeah.
and then doing the 10.5 4th grade through 12th grade. Am I
Yeah, what
correct?
about that? That seems reasonable.
There's no doubt it'd probably be closer to under budget. When I first jumped on the bandwagon for option 5, it wasn't about it being over budget because ultimately I think Mr. Miller is right. You know, it's a long-term investment, you know, and so the concern that changed my mind was the repair cost. That was the concern that changed my mind back to 2.8, 2.8, because $400 for cracked screen. I mean, that's half the cost of the device.
Did you have?
But
you
we
were
can
going
raise
to look
our-
at work tickets. That was something that we had asked for, and I won't lie. If it's further down
It's
the road,
not-
I
it's not
apologize.
in there. Trying to come up
Brian,
with this
go ahead.
insurance.
But we had asked in Christie's and my one-on-one, we had asked what the work tickets were, like who was needing to repair the device, and because that to me gives a little bit of at least some historical information.
I can tell you what levels.
Okay.
It's basically 6 through 9
Okay.
is where you have your highest damage.
Interesting.
I believe it.
So
Well, I
Brian,
do too.
a thought would be if we could do that through
Yeah, give him that brick.
if we could do that through 3rd grade in the classroom sets and then do 10.5, that's our universal standard one, and add you don't have to pay $30 for the VisiShield ones, but you can get them for about $10, and we put those screens on. Those screens are going to be much more protected in a drop, and with the case we've got on them, it's highly likely that, because I know you can have them on and drop and you get some breakage, but if the cases we have on will really protect them, be $10 a device.
You're
Unless
talking
Craig gets
about
them for $5.
this 10.5 with the protective coverings film screen on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's $10, and you know, if we're worried about the screens, right? We say it's not $40 for these devices; it's going to be $50. It's another $10. Maybe it's $60 because the 10 will subsidize the screen. Now we have to have people put them on, and they're not. You know, I mean, I screw them up all the time, but you know, at least it protects devices a little bit, and probably would keep some from breaking. But it gives us a universal device for all the 1-to-1 devices are universal 10.5.
We can develop that option. I think it's going to be really, really close, budget-wise. We have a draft of it, but I'm not confident enough in double-checking all the numbers to throw that out there. based upon what the working draft we have, it's gonna be really close to being at budget.
But that's the purpose of tonight too, is to
Yes.
get your input.
We can definitely try to finalize one, give you a cost scenario, just like you're seeing in the other options for that option, and I can send it to you.
Can you give us a cost scenario of the expense that you think might be incurred with both plans too? I mean, because
with the repair.
With the repair?
Yeah,
I mean,
because
that's going to
Well,
factor
and
in
if we
long
could
term.
see the repair from what we've had, and then
yeah, that's what we
Well-
asked, and that's where he said the 6 to 9 was where we had most of
Best
our.
guess.
There's-
because I'm thinking that $60 with us self-insuring, $60 we could run out in year 3 easily.
Here's one of the challenges with this is I've
Well,
looked
it's
at.
$60 a year per times 20,000.
Yeah, but if you, I mean, a 4th grader carrying around that case, I mean,
Well,
I
it's-
have a case
what do
like
you mean?
that.
That case is amazingly durable. That's the value of that case.
That scares me.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean,
Go ahead, Mr.
What-
Colbeck.
it should be risk-free.
One of the challenges with trying to establish what our breakage rate is going to be is the case that was on the devices.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
So and this is why I have the report broken down by breakage. And I'm trying to clean that up because we've had some rework. We've had situations where there was a third break and it didn't cost us anything, but a parent paid it. Those are all in the ticket count, right? So it's probably an inflated number. But I was looking back. I started in the fall of 15, and just before I had started, I think we did a deployment of around 7,100 devices, 7,200 devices. And the case that was put on was not of great quality. And you can see that in the first year, the damage was less. In the second year with that case, the damage went up in that same grade band. And, you know, the rubber peeled apart, the flap came off, and I really believe that has inflated our damage. If you take this particular case, or the blue 9.7, I would expect that damage to go way, way down. So to me, it's about trying to target what do you think it's going to be as accurately as you can, and then figure out, you know, what percentage of kids out
I
there.
realize it's a crystal ball. I realize.
But I can
I'm
come up with
asking you
I can come up with a couple scenarios.
But I would just give us a best case, because the best predictor of the future is past performance, and so I guess for me, because the big difference, I think we all agree, the big difference between the two devices is the repair, and I don't want to put us in a situation where we're spending more money on repair than if we had just, you know, gone with the blue brick.
I think if you price this at $75 for the device,
Wow.
Well, just think about it.
That's expensive.
We charge a lot more for a lot less than LISD. If you
I
want to
think
get a
that's- I think
uniform,
you're almost doubling
if you
the
want to get a
price.
uniform, if you lose a book, what you pay for it, there's a lot of things that
So if you have 4 kids, you're gonna go to a family, and you're gonna say that is going to be $300.
well, it's $200 today. 160.
160.
Yeah.
160 is not 200. 160
Yeah,
is not.
well, because hey,
300.
here's the story. Here's how it goes. We say this.
Yeah.
You know what? If you break the screen, you're going to have to pay for the screen.
Well, we talked about there being a tiered system for the insurance.
Is
that
that
kinda like
discussion for today, or can that wait?
Yeah.
So,
Can I have a
Ms.
question?
Timish.
Thank you.
Sorry.
When we purchase devices for our businesses, the company's been able to say, this can go in a swimming pool, this can take a 20-foot drop, this can take rocks on it up to X amount. Do we have any type of data that can say, the 10 can take, 1 pound rock, and this one can take a bowl? I mean, companies have that information, so then we're at least looking at, okay, if a backpack with a few books gets dropped, it's guaranteed to break the 10. The 9 can take a backpack. I'm just wondering, at a 10-foot drop, I mean, is there anything?
You have that data?
I think we had it in the spec sheet
It's in the spec sheet.
for the accessory comparative. It was like a drop rating, I think.
Yeah, I saw that, but just like with the case on it, with the backpacks, with books,
With the 7th grader?
with the 7th grader. I mean, just, they're not. Sorry. Because I'm not looking just for drops, because I don't think the kids are just gonna drop them, they're gonna drop them with the.
The 9.7 is rated for up to 6 feet, 10.5, and they're not using a standardized method, but it's rated for 26 drops at 4 feet.
But my question is that just a straight down drop, or is that a drop with a backpack with books? Which is
That I
real,
don't know.
you know, that's what I'm just, it's
A
not
real
just
world, a real world scenario.
So I may remember the drop, but that to me is like, my kids don't usually just drop the iPad, they drop it with,
Something in it.
Well, that's a good point. With all, it's sandwiched between a bunch of other stuff.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here, and we're about to move on. So y'all get ready. Buckle your seatbelt. So the next couple of pages are sample option 2A deployment plans and a timeline. And we won't spend a lot of time on this, except I do want you to see that, you know, no matter what option, you know, Brian has it sort of priced out by year, and then the next page on timeline, you know, it shows sort of how the replacement deployment will happen, you know, by grades, with numbers put in by Brian and his staff, you know, how many devices you have to replace at what grades per year. So I guess out of those 2 pages, I hope that you just see that there is a very detailed plan as a part of that. We jumped to MDM. Remember, the MDM is. I'm trying to get y'all out of here before midnight. I turned into a werewolf at midnight. Full moon. Current MDM. That is being replaced. It needs to be replaced, as I know the Board Technology Committee has discussed, and certainly JAMP is the choice when they evaluated the system, and so you will see that. That's not part of bond funds. That's part of the technology's budget. The next map, I don't know what that is, but we're moving on.
Is that the network? What is that?
That is basically the customer base in the DFW area. JAMP is managing over 350,000 Apple devices in the DFW. They're big.
Okay. Big provider. Okay. Residual value. This is once again not anything in stone, but we are or will once we land on what the plan is going to be, we will put out an RFP to determine residual value services. And you notice the last thing on the third bullet is possible community storefront. One of the things that will be written into the RFP is the opportunity for the vendor who buys these for residual value to have an opportunity to sell to a parent or a student. We can't do that as a government entity, but this third party could. So, but if you see that, you know, just a very conservative estimate for 25,000 iPads and 2,500 MacBooks. I mean, you're talking about $1.5 million, and that money has not been rolled into any of the costs that we've talked about.
I know, Mr. But that, since those were purchased with bond money,
they will have
to go back.
That's
correct?
absolutely right.
Okay, I just want to. I've been listening to Mr. Ball when he talks. I just want to.
Okay, sorry. Device evaluation. Y'all saw this information the other day. You know, we know that we're trying to figure out about teachers, and of course, teachers want it all. And you know, it's a great question of whether or not they need both devices. Right now, we believe they do. We hope in the future that that's something that can be changed. We're now talking about those. Just keep going. Purpose and methodology of the survey. I mean, you saw the results of the survey for teachers, and we sent out a video trying to make sure we got as many teachers to give input as possible. This program-specific device replacement, and as Brian talked to us last week and That's all the devices for specific types of programs like career tech, journalism classes, all those types of replacements. There's 11 million, a little over 11 million budgeted in the bond program. And so really, as he described, we want to implement year one and focus on the Windows devices only. And then we really want to see sort of how teachers, which really goes back to Mr. Miller's input too. We really want to see how teachers and students, now that they have a device with the keyboard, does that change our evaluation of what are some of these other ancillary devices, MacBooks and so on, that need to be out there. And I actually believe it will, but we'll see how that goes. Brian, jump in if I leave something out.
No, you're good.
Good answer. The next is just the budget forecast, and you see how it's spread out with both the instructional, the one-to-one, and that's option 4,
which should be 2A.
Which should be 2A in the parentheses, and the program specific. So you sort of see year by year how the overall program rolls out. And then I'll let you jump in on mobile learning.
So one of the questions that came up in our small group meetings was, what is our opt-in rate and how many kids are scholarship? So what I tried to do is put this in one slide, and as you can see, this is the same date in February of 16, same date in February 17, same date in February 18. So at the elementary level, all students were in that 95% opt-in range, okay? In our students that are free reduced lunch, we dropped down to the 93, 92%. And that area is where the scholarship would be applied. So for students that are free reduced, that fee, once it's opted in, it puts it at $30. So this $115 would basically be any amount that's less than $30, which means a campus scholarship student. So that would be that point in time. I think it was like the 22nd or 21st in February of this year at the elementary. At the middle school level, for all students, we're in that 90, 91% opt-in. At the middle school level, free reduced lunch, that drops down into the 80s. And we do have more scholarship occurring at the middle school level. So there's 228 scholarships as of February 20 whatever this year. At the high school level, our opt-in rate for all students has dropped down into that low 80s. For free reduced, it's in the mid to low 70s down to into the 60s. At our high school level, currently there's 153 scholarships identified. So district-wide, if you look at our opt-in, as Dr. Rogers referenced that 86, he was right on, 86, 87% currently. And then the free reduced lunch ratio is down in here. So district-wide for this year, there's 496 scholarships outside of, above and beyond the $30.
And we allow that to be a campus principal that provides us input as far as.
Do they use their campus funds for that?
No.
Okay.
It's just a reduced revenue in the IFE.
It's just something that's taken care of in the IFE.
The counselors all know this as well, that this is just there are different venues that a student or a parent may be talking to someone. There's a whole social media thing about how much it costs to just do clubs in our schools, right? It's ranging from 0 to 3,000. It's crazy what some programs in our schools are charging. The more people that know that these scholarships are available, they might get used more, I'm thinking.
It's part of our handbook. It's in the parent agreement. If there's a hardship, I guess is the word that's used. If there's a hardship,
I understand,
to let the campus know.
Campus personnel, what is their awareness?
We train. We have a playbook for our 1-to-X program. So we train who's ever the iPad admin at the campus level on that process. We train the people that are handling the fees and the management. So I feel like we're mature enough here that should be pretty well understood that that's available. So another question that came up during our small group meetings was, well, what does that iFee account look like? So this is basically where we're at. And as you can see, the revenues are in here for each year, the expenditures, and surplus and deficit. As we started out, and I would expect the same to be true for any new deployment we do, our costs should be fairly low, other than breakage. As the devices get older, that keeps going up. And in the last 2 years, we've actually outspent our revenues. But again, you're dealing with devices that are 4 and 5 years old. When they get turned in, basically if the charger and the cord still works, we're good. Or if it doesn't work, they're good. But if they don't turn something in, they get charged for it. But when you take old stuff and you're going to reissue it out, and for some kids it's the first time they're getting a device, we got to buy some replacement stuff. So as that stuff gets older, our spend goes up. As you can see, we're carrying over, or have been carrying over each year. The current balance, and this was as of February 9th, was just over 1.3 million. Okay, and just to be clear, we've talked about this a little bit already. The iFee account is $40 per year. Bless you. It's $40 per year. If a student is on free reduced, that is brought back to $30. That covers one loss, or I should have put stolen, one loss or stolen, and 2 breaks within a year, and it only covers the device currently.
And what we had talked about, and I think Ms. Prosnick alluded to it, is creating some different tiers for that, to where the second time you break it, it's going. You're gonna have to pay.
Well, what we talked about was that textbooks carry a much bigger penalty. You run the textbook, you pay for it, right? So I think we're a little lenient in saying you break the glass on it, you get a mulligan. I'm not sure that you shouldn't require that be a fee.
Yeah, and what we had talked about is the idea of adding a copay, basically, and I think that's something we'll definitely look at as a next step. So next steps, obviously the input from tonight's meeting is going
I think we got that.
guide what we're going to do on the 19th. Assuming we can get to a decision point on the 19th, steps after that would be establishing a communication plan. I'm getting people asking, when are we replacing these devices? Parents specifically. Teachers need to know, working with Amanda's department to get a communication piece out, adjusting our replacement benefit program as we had talked about. The MDM, the mobile device management system, would be a very time sensitive piece. We got to get that in as soon as possible to get it set up and be ready for the deployment. And then also complete the RFQ for the program specific devices and bring that back to the board by June for action.
So our plan is to provide, from what I heard tonight, 2 different options on the 19th, 2A and option 5 modified, and then we'll answer as many of the questions as we can and provide that to you before March 19th.
What do you mean modified?
Modified, where we provide 9/7s to K through 3, and then grades 4 through 12 get 10 5s. So, does that work?
Sure.
You okay with that?
You can call it 4.
It's going to be an option, right? Because 10.5 might be a good option if we work out some of the financial stuff on the warranty thing. So
I do believe
give us that option, and then give us that option.
Yeah,
right?
I do believe the K3, it makes sense with the 9/7s if you remember about the memory, the 128, and how they have to share. So if we're going to go all 10 5s, then I would certainly suggest K3 for 9/7s.
If there's no other questions, great, perfect. There's no further business. This meeting is adjourned, and the time is now 10:42.
me on top.
I hear you.